Welcome, everybody, to the Making Awesome podcast. This is episode 263, I think, 264, because
264.
264, I think. Yeah, 264. And we are joined by Andrew Allshorn, who just
Oh,
has an amazing story to tell. Uh, we have the cat here. She decided to join for a little bit. There she is, you know.
aw.
The lovely little bean that she is. Uh, but yeah, if you guys are joining in, watching us live, make sure to leave a like, get subscribed, check out the sponsors linked in that description. But Andrew, this show is about you, boss man. Can you give the folks at home a rundown of who you are, where you been, what you did, and as long as you love me? I need the Backstreet Boys from you, good sir.
Right. So, yeah, I'm 60 or 61 this year, actually. So
Nice.
I'm an artist. I went to art college. Um, was never any good at languages, was okay at making stuff. So woodwork, engineering, design, art, all my family within the building trade. And then I said to my dad, he said, "What are you going to do?" And I'm like, "Going to art college." And he said, "How are you going to make a living painting? You'll be cutting your hair off next," which is ironic because his favorite artist was Van Gogh. But 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 no, it's. I went to art college. Became so when we had to design things, you had to make a physical model.
Uh-huh.
So I got into making models from blocks of wood and doing it by hand, and I was really into detail. So anything I designed, also in an art college, they tend to want you to be a bit more flamboyant.
Yeah.
But then with my engineering mind, I'm like, nah, I need to know. There's no point in designing something if I can't make it. So all of my designs were a little bit more restrained, but I used to go into, if I was designing a lamp, I'd go to the light company, ask them if this has ever been done, how can we do it? So I was always learning. And then I know, I think it was the last year of my degree course, the guy said to me, he said, "If you don't get as a job as a designer, you'll get one as a model maker," because he said the detail in your model is amazing. So then I ended up working in a traditional model makers, where we made, well, I was doing the design there. So my first job was designing the Sellafield Visitor Centre, which is a nuclear power station. And it's like a tour for the visitors to see how things work.
Okay.
Worked on full size, making models of full size Eurofighters. And then, yeah, we used to make them look real.
How big were
And
these models?
Fantastic.
oh, the actual Eurofighter was full size.
Oh, I think I've seen that one then.
Wait, so wait a minute. You built a model of a
But it wasn't just
Eurofighter
me. It wasn't just me. Yeah, so basically what happened is,
that was full size.
yeah, I think this was when I was what? We were like 23, 40 years ago. So, yeah, there was an exhibition, I think it was at Farnborough, and they didn't have the Eurofighter finished, right? So they needed one to take to the show,
Okay.
right? So the guys on the shop floor, they had all the drawings, made models, made a fiberglass one. And then my job was to make it look real. So I got to go and sit in like the training aids. And I had to take dimensions off all the sort of switches and buttons and screens and yeah, and basically make it so that it would look real in the airplane.
Because you guys only made one, didn't you? It was only
Yeah,
one.
there's only one.
That I can't believe I've seen it. I've seen
Yeah.
it in person.
So whereabouts are you based?
I'm in Lincoln, but I
Oh,
go
right.
all the way around the country doing random things for the defense industry or just anyone who asks for it at this point.
All right. So
And I went to Porton Down, the
yeah,
Royal Artillery Corps, and that's where the Joint Export Office is. And they just had it there. They're like, "Oh yeah, we just got it for like 2 weeks." I'm like, "Okay, amazing,
yeah.
fantastic."
So basically, I had to make it look real. Yeah, and then when it went to the show, when it unveiled it, it was like sat in the middle of the floor, and then they had like smoke coming around it. And he
Yeah.
had a pilot sat in it for 10 minutes before he realized it wasn't real. And I said, how did you tell? He said, there was certain things on the screen that shouldn't have been on when other ones weren't on.
So,
Yeah. So we,
was this using 3D printing at all, or was this all traditionally?
No.
no, man, this is like, so
This is all traditional.
Yeah, this was
Damn.
everything. So we used to do it for black. So the company was called Engineering Design and Models in Manchester, and it's still going. Some of the people I work with are still there. Yeah, but it was all, we used to do dioramas, so models of like aircraft, airports with all the little figures, Black and Decker, vacuum cleaners, everything that you make with a 3D printer now, we used to make by hand. So that's the other thing. So that's why, to me, 3D printing is just a tool. It's just another tool. If my printer breaks down, I can still do it by hand.
Okay, you have that skill set. I certainly don't. You have that skill set. So, Nisham21 in the chat is asking, at what point does making a full-size model just become making the actual damn thing?
It's just, the difference is when you're making a real aircraft, it's got to pass all the sort of test certification for flying. That's why they never got it finished on time. So we were making it. We were making the plane as quick as we could while they were still making the real one, so that we could actually get one to the show. So yeah, but it's really interesting because you got to go to some interesting places. Like I said, sit in a flight simulator for. Unfortunately, I didn't get to have a go in it, but I probably would have thrown up. But
the flight sims are fun.
The flight sims are so fun.
Well, basically, you were sat in a proper. I got to sit in the seat that they sit in, look at the switches, take pictures, measure it all, and then we just manufactured it identical to what it was like when you were sat inside it.
So, at what point did you first get your hand on 3D printers in all of this?
I didn't. So what happened is one of the people that I work with, and you might know him. Do you know a guy called David Corley?
I don't know.
Well, you're based in where are you based, Grant?
I'm in Florida in the US.
Right. So Dave Corley was one of the model makers that I worked with. And he went to work in McDonnell Douglas. So he left the model making company, went to work in McDonnell Douglas, and then he came back, and then we did what we normally do, and go and have a beer. And he said to me, have you heard about 3D printing? Oh, it wasn't called 3D printing, let's get it right. He said, have you heard about rapid prototyping?
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, I have actually, because we've just started, one of the sales guys started bringing some models, and he had a golf club model. And he actually said to me, he said, if you get a chance, he said, get involved in it because it's going to be huge. And as I said before, I believe in fate. 2 weeks later, there was a little tiny advert in a local paper to run an SLA machine at the University of Liverpool.
What year was this, do you think?
1993.
So that was less than 10 years after like the first commercial 3D printing was ever patented. I mean, that's incredible. I don't even think Jacob was alive back then.
Nope, 98 is me.
98. Yeah, so I went there. The university bought it, and it was a guy called Professor Hahn who had the sort of insight to buy it. And I only found out recently that I actually thought Nottingham was the first university to have one of these. And I found out it wasn't. I was the first person to run one in a university in the UK, and I didn't know until a couple of years ago.
Huh.
So,
bit of pedigree right there.
How long were you running that machine?
2.5, 3 years.
Now, did you end up leaving the job? Did they get a different machine? Like, what happened there?
3D Systems came in and got me. So basically, after 2 years, the sales guy from 3D Systems said, Andy, he said, we'd like you to become an applications engineer for 3D Systems. I'm like, yeah. So I went for an interview. So when I went to the university, I took, so this is quite a lot of money at the time. I took a £4,000, so what's that? About $5,000 pay cut. At least. To go and learn how to use it. Right, I just bought a house, just had my first child.
Not an easy decision then.
No.
Well, no, I just went and saw this thing working, and I was like, whoa, I need to know how that works. Applied for the job and I got it, and it was like, okay. And I was driving to go to work. I was driving probably an hour and a half. So it's like 60 miles each way.
Wow.
But I wanted to learn how to do it.
And you were working for 3D Systems before before things got interesting with them, before they went on their shopping spree where they picked up, pretty much every company in the industry to grab intellectual property. You likely worked kind of directly with Chuck Hull then, didn't you?
Yeah, well, there was the person that installed the machine for me was a guy called Andy Graves. He's still in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
He's bit Pereira is the person that's been in it longer than me. And when I joined, I thought it'd be brilliant because I'm going to be working with Andy. And then he went out to Los Angeles, and I ended up sort of working over here. But I went to Los Angeles quite a few times, and yeah, I got to meet Chuck, and he had this really nice attitude where he had an open door policy. If he wasn't busy and he didn't have any meetings, the door's open, you could go in and have a chat with him.
Love it.
And he's still the same. If you ever meet him, he'll actually talk to you. So, yeah, and there's a couple of people that are still there that I sort of keep in touch with a lot of them that have left. Because, again, it was really interesting. The fun thing for me, though, was because I was in a university where I was helping students and helping SMEs to use a technology they'd never used before, I got to play with it. A bit like you know, this is the thing I like about the Sanjay and Mortimer. To me, what I was doing at the time is what you guys do now.
Mm-hmm.
I was given this machine. The students weren't building anything. I could do what I want with it. So I didn't know how to do CAD at the time. They bought an SLA 25040, which is the first one where you could change the VAT.
Yep.
There were two resins. So there was an acrylic and an epoxy. That's my alarm to let me know that I'm supposed to be on here. Otherwise, I would. Again, that's ADHD for you. There you go.
So what? Setting the alarm 30 minutes late?
What was that one for? Might be. I know it's for something else. Actually, I'm buying another printer.
What are you buying?
Oh, which one?
Well, I'll go into that later. I'm just getting an A1 Mini.
Okay.
Right, and I'll explain why later. So it's I'm actually selling this printer to the people I met. Two of the children that I mentor cheap because I wanted the AMS off it. So it's a two-way, it's a win-win.
Yeah, it's a win-win.
So I'll explain that later. Yeah. So when I was at the university, I was I'd put jobs on, and then it'd be like, okay. And then I was doing work for PhD students. And then I'd build it and it'd say like hour and a half. And I'm like, okay, it's only a small part. I wonder if I can build it faster. Yeah, so that was where I learned how to do it. And it was by making it fail. I pushed it to its limits. I'd go like, right, can I print it in half an hour? No. Right, okay, that failed. Can I print it in 40 minutes? Yeah. So then you learn with different geometries what you can do. The other thing which I found interesting was, I had a service tech come up from 3D, and he looked in the machine and he's like, how have you got 30 parts on that platform?
You were playing 3D Tetris before it became a big thing.
It's a DOS-based machine.
Oh, God. A DOS-based machine. No thanks.
I mean, to be fair, I'm now with that service tech. How on earth did you fit so many parts on a machine that notoriously didn't have a good auto layout system?
It didn't have one.
I swear they had the first one where they would just put them square.
Yeah, so basically what happened is your software was a spreadsheet basically.
Yeah.
So you'd slice the part and then you had to put the support in the spreadsheet before the parts, but it built from the top down. Okay. And I think the maximum number of parts, including the supports that you could put on, there was only something like 10. And then, so this service tech's like, how did you do that? And I said, why? Because at the time I didn't know. And he said, well, you're only supposed to be able to build this many. And I said, well, there's only 2 parts on there. And he went, what? I said, I combined all the parts and I combined all the supports. That's it.
Smart.
So that's all it was. It was just 2 parts. But that was like the 3D service guys, like, that's, you can't do that.
And you were saying,
So,
well, what
obviously
if
you can.
what if we did? Well, what if we did? Like, what's the worst thing that happens here is I get a print failure, right? Like, what if we just did? Okay, bye, Victoria. This was like an early on thing. So, God, people that don't understand what the industry was like that long ago don't understand that we didn't have like slicers. What you are used to today with like lychee or dragon fruit for your SLA, those didn't exist. Preform wasn't a thing. You were lucky if you could figure this stuff out, but Andrew, you said from the beginning, F it. I don't believe that we should be limited. We're going to do our best to make it better, right?
What I love
Yeah.
is Andrew's method still works today on like websites like PCBWay, where they normally have a minimum fee for individual parts. So if you're doing like SLM and you're wanting like some small metal pieces, it's easier to make like an array of them with a tiny little break off tab, so it classifies as one part, so you only get charged one lot of the minimum part cost, and then you just do it by the volume. Whereas if you did them like, say it's like 10 small bits, because we now make our bed clips on an SLM machine because it's just so much better. But if we did them individually, it'll be an extra 10 quid per bed clip.
Yeah, I was stacking parts as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Right? So,
let's go.
So if you moved one part above another one, the problem was in the old days, it's really interesting now. You know, you're supposed to go around the part below and then we'll actually go to the one above. But that's what I did. I combined 2, and then what it would do, it would actually put the actual supports in between the gap.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Amazing.
you have to, again, it was basically, and there was no, if it didn't work, if it failed, there was no internet. Right? There was a basic internet. There was like a forum called the RPML. So it was Rapid Prototyping Mailing List. You put a question up there as an email, and then you have to check your emails. You might get one back. But at the time, there was probably, I don't know how many machines were in the world. There was probably under 100, maybe 150, if that.
I mean, you were so early in all of this that realistically, you were stuck with like old school basic forums. I mean, when I came in 10 years after you did, so I came in 2008, and we had the Google Plus groups, we had all of this, like, there were forums. The slicer still sucked. But we had 10 years of experience under the belt between when you started and when I started, and I thought it was tough back then. I can't imagine what you went through to get to that point. I mean, so was it like that first time seeing the print come out, or that first time the tech is like, this shouldn't be possible, but you somehow figured it out? Was that when it's like, oh, this is my thing now. This is going to be my thing. Like, when did that spark hit?
I think the first time was, so they had, let's get this right, they had Unigraphics there.
Okay.
Right, so this will interesting. So the machine itself, I think, was about £240,000. Right, back in
pennies. That's with inflation, that's at least double.
Right,
minimum.
And then the computer that ran it was a Silicon Graphics Indigo, which was about £40,000, so $50,000 for the computer. And I was told the only people that really used those computers were people like Disney.
Yep.
And then they had Unigraphics on it, and I'd done basic CAD because I used to play on computers, but it was like 2D stuff. And all of a sudden, I'm given this CAD system, and I actually moved back to Wales, and to go into Liverpool, I had to go through the tunnel that goes underneath, and the traffic was really bad. So I used to go in an hour early. Yeah, and I basically taught myself how to do CAD.
That's so
So
cool.
the real first time that I just thought, wow, that's amazing, because I was always getting files in from somebody. Okay, was a guy came in and all it was just a little tiny spec. I could draw it up now because I can still see what it looks like. He had it on a little sketch on a piece of paper, and he said to me, "I need this," and it was just a spacer for something, and I said, "Yeah," and so that's the first time I drew something up. So within 4 hours, I'd gone from a sketch on a piece of paper, drawing it up, printing it, and I had it in my hand. That's when I went, wow.
Yeah, that's that. Oh shit, this is a big deal moment, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if mine was necessarily when I learned CAD, and I would still argue that I don't really know CAD, because I didn't really
You know
like.
more CAD than most people. I've seen your CAD. You know more than most people.
Sure, but do not have a CAD person look at my design history or my design tree or the way that I organize things, because they will say very mean things about me.
Oh, don't get me started on the elitism in the CAD world. And screw it, Lord Lecture time. It's not about how you get to your final result or how messy it is or how badly optimized it is. It's that, did you end up getting to your final result without giving up, and does it do the job? Nobody cares in rocket design that 1,000 rockets blew up before they launch one that works. Why do people have to care
I mean, the
about the
investors probably
efficiency
care.
of your work? It's the government most of the time. They love overspends. It comes out your Medicare anyway.
But also because of my background as a model maker, I used to get people coming in, and one I can remember one. It was just like a box with radius corners, and then in the middle was a boss. And he said, "Can I 3D print this?" I went, "You can." I said, "Well, why would you?" And he said, "What?" I said, "Well, that's going to take me on that machine probably over 12 hours." I said, "There's a model maker up the road that can knock that together in about 3 hours for you." So that's why it's always been a tool to me. Yeah, and I'll use a 3D printer to do some bits, and then traditional methods plus engineering, and that's how I do things. It is just a way of helping you find the solution.
I wish I had that skill, like that skill to build something from scratch. Like I can cobble something together in my garage. I've classically trained in woodworking and stuff like that, but I'm not a trained model maker. Like I mean, I've built like, the odd, plastic kit Gundams and that kind of stuff when I was younger, but never like professional model making. And I think that skill set allows you to have that perspective of like, okay, it's going to take a 3D printer 12 hours, but I can do it in 3. So if you really need it done fast, we'll just do it fast. No big deal. But to the person that is asking for this, they're like, wait, you can do this by hand in 3 hours? And you're like, yeah, it's no big deal. And I'm over here like, my jaw is in the next county over. It's hit the floor so hard. I mean, it's just, it is incredible to me, the level of skill set that the model makers have, and how 3D printing has kind of it's a force multiplier, right?
Yeah.
And it has made that so much better. So much better.
Well, I think that's why I love
learned
3D printing so much.
Like, I learned so many
I was just saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
it's me. We're trying at the same time. I'm not used to not having a delay because we're on the same continent.
That's part of ADHD, right? Is you think someone's finished, so you just go, and then it's in your head, so you just.
But I was just going to say, like, I love how I got into 3D printing because of model making. So I was doing model making as a hobby, and I got a printer to help make the more complex models that I was struggling with. And that's what got me. And also I got scammed on my first 3D printing anything, where I was at university and someone was like, hey, you could buy Minion. I hate Minions for reference. But it was like, it's 3D printed. I'm like, bet. I'm buying it just to see how it was put together so I can try and like learn stuff from my own model making. And they charged me £20 for this tiny yellow Minion. And I got completely ripped off. And out of spite, I stole their 3D printer in the university because they kept breaking it, and they gave it to me to try and fix. And then when I tried to give it back, they said, we have no record of this machine.
Oh, cool. Do you know how much? So yeah, this is another example. So the hourly rate for that machine when I first started using it
Oh,
was
go on.
$150 an hour.
See, and people bitch at me for saying that, our shop rate is 150 an hour for design work and stuff like that right now. This was 30 years ago, okay?
Right, and I showed you to show you. So look, so this is the one of the first things I designed for myself. So if anybody knows Liverpool, it's got two cathedrals.
Yep.
One's the Anglican Cathedral, which is the old-fashioned style one, and then the other one is the Catholic Cathedral. And we didn't have a giveaway for the university, and it was across the road. So I actually, and this is 33 years old. Oops.
This is
Oh,
quite.
that looks amazing.
It's
Yep.
quite possibly the oldest 3D print that I've ever seen. And I
Well,
think that is
I'll
just
have to,
so
I'll have to send
cool.
you I made a video of it. So if you actually, oops, if you, I don't know, you can't get it close enough. So basically, there's inside it, there's chairs, there's an actual, you can see the chairs inside, right? And in the middle,
That's amazing.
there's a table with a vase on it, and you can walk. So I've actually done it where I send a little camera down there, so you can walk down the tunnel. And the brilliant thing about that is no supports.
I would love to reprint this today with
I
a
actually don't
modern
think
like MSLA or SLA printer and use like a macro lens and really compare and see how far we've come or if the technology's just become more accessible. Like, I want
We
people
could
to
do that.
understand, like,
We could actually do that.
I
like,
know
you
we
print
can.
one,
I'll send
and
you
we
the
can bring
video.
it to Smurf. And then we can bring the macro lens out and do it at Smurf.
Yeah, let's do it.
No, I've done. You know that you can get things for looking in your ears, and like I've got cameras. You know, when I want to drill into somewhere, I want to make sure there's no pipes.
Hmm.
So I've actually done it with a thing with a camera that you can actually people use to clean their ears. I've actually done it like as if the camera's and it's walked down the tunnel, so you can see all the layers inside it.
That's
This
incredible.
was you think about that. That's an epoxy resin.
Yeah,
And that's 30. I've had it 30 years and it's still down pretty clear.
the fact that it's not
and
yellow and destroyed is amazing.
No, and it's still rigid,
Yeah.
as you can see, because I've actually broke this, fell over and it got broken, unfortunately. But
Hmm.
yeah, so that was the very first thing I do on a CAD myself for me, and it was for the university. So
Like
That's
I'm
brilliant.
looking at our YouTube metrics right now, and so our YouTube metrics, 40, almost 50% of our viewing audience for the last 28 days is as old, if not younger, than that part. And that is like I literally loaded the page just so I could see this because I wanted to know what percentage of our audience is younger than that part, and it is damn near half. And I think that is just absolutely incredible. Like, I still have the first 3D print that I got off of an FDM machine. I still have the first commercial 3D print. I have all the first, right? My first resin print, my first concrete print, my first full color print, my first paper print. I have all of that because one, I just like that. Like, it's one. Maybe that's an ADHD thing that we just keep it because it has a significance to us.
Yeah, like significant value is important.
Well, if the average person was to see, and literally it's sitting right here because I've shown it in a show before. If the average person was to look at this, especially when you look at the other side and how bad it is, they're gonna look at this and say, "Well, this is a piece of crap." I'm like, no, this is a full color 3D print made of paper. This is M-Core. M-Core. I still have a Z-Core machine. I still have one. I used to run 7 of them.
that was the first color print, wasn't it?
Well, it was. I don't know if it was the first. It was certainly the most reliable. Literally, this piece is from the M-Core paper printers. This showed me. This was the part that was sent to me when I asked them to send me a test part because we were looking at buying one. And I looked at this and said, I can't sell this. The color is not even consistent across it. And then I bought a Z-Core Z650. 3D Systems eventually bought them. So it was the ProJet 660 Pro. I still disagree with the way that they recolored those machines because the color of the Z-Core machines was done so that you wouldn't see the powder that got everywhere. 3D Systems made the gray darker, and it was really obvious when the powder was everywhere, but I digress about those things. You know, it's... I still have all those first parts because... maybe I intrinsically understood it, maybe I didn't, but there's something really important about this technology and how it changed us, you know?
Well,
Yeah.
I keep on just, you know, I go and sort of give talks in universities, and one of the things I say to them, you know, there's times when I've done stuff in 3D printing where someone said, how do you know how to do that? And I said, because when I was 21, a 60-odd-year-old pattern maker told me, it showed me. So they were making it by hand, and they're the ones with the skill. And that, unfortunately, that skill is gone. You know, they used to be able to make the left and the right-hand part of a car, and they'd be absolutely perfect when they measured them. And they were doing it by hand. That's like crazy.
I mean, that's where the calibrated eye came from, right? You know, these, these, I hate to use the word old timers because I don't know a better craftsman. I don't know, like, masters. I mean, masters of their skill.
Masters is a good one.
Their eyes, because they did it over and over and over again, they actually became calibrated for this kind of thing.
I have a bad habit. I hate seeing pictures hung up on a wall at an angle.
Yep.
You know, if I'm in somewhere, I'll go out for a meal with my wife and there'll be a picture behind, and I'm like, I've got to look great in that. And then I'll actually do it, and then I'll look at it and I go, no, that's slightly out. And then I've done it at home and I'll go, yeah, that's right. And then I've stuck the level on the top and it's absolutely spot on.
We are all the same people. But are you also the level where the screws on your electrical outlets all have to be the same?
So I restored I don't know if you've seen it. I spent 6 years restoring a wooden boat.
Mm-hmm.
Speedboat. There's 3,000 screws in it. All the slots face the same way.
Damn right they do. Damn right they do.
They have to. It's like, it doesn't look right otherwise.
Exactly. Like, you're going to go through the effort of restoring it, but if one screw is clocked even a few degrees off, it's like, no.
I had a builder came to my house once, and I designed the wall, and on the top, so it was a red brick wall. On the top, it was engineering bricks, so they were like a blue colour, stood on end. And he was in the back, and I went out and I said, "Whoa! So what are you doing, sticking that put in them?" So he put one of the stones, and he put it in the middle of the wall instead of actually. But there was a step, and he should have done it, butted it up against the step. So that's where it starts, and then it finishes. Yeah. And I said, take it all off and do it again. So next morning I got up and I looked out the front window, and he'd already finished the front wall. And I just looked out and I went, shit. I said, what? He said he's done it there as well. And my wife's looking, where? I said, that like six to seven brick along. It was like 5. So I'm on a second story, and the brick was only like 5 millimeters narrower than the other ones. And it just like.
I understand that.
I'm with you on that. I've done the same to my mum's annoyance. She bought her first plasma screen TV, and I was like 6. And she bought it. She was really happy with it. It was a 52-inch plasma screen back in like 2008. Yeah. That was big money. She put it up. It looked amazing. We put a Disney film on, and within about 3 minutes of it playing, I was like, oh, there's a dead pixel right there. And I was on the other side of the room. And she's like, no, there's not. No, there's not. And she went up, and there's a bloody single dead pixel in the middle of the screen that she never saw. And I just walked through rooms. I'm like, oh, dead pixel. And then kept walking. And it broke her. She immediately returned it.
Love it or hate it, plasma TVs were so far ahead of their time, and they are better than modern LED. Not better than modern OLED, to be clear. Modern OLED blows plasma out of the water. But plasma could heat a room. They were so inefficient, but damn, they were good. Like, I mean,
plasma's still used, and it's got a very good use case, which is in cars. because they're very insusceptible to temperature change because they got so hot in the first place. So you could put them in a car that would, say, go into freezing temperatures, and while the response would drop, it would still work. So that's why, like, especially like the cars from 2010 to 2015, all their screens were plasma screens.
Jacob, my car is almost as old as you are, so... And more lights popped up on the dash.
Oh, no. Do what I've just done. Get a rental car. I'm in a rental at the moment. It's gorgeous. I get to drive a £40,000 car for £20 a day.
Well,
Jacob, that doesn't exist in the States. Okay.
No.
The
other thing that'll frustrate you guys, then, right? So you have the luxury now of loading a file in, right? Creating your supports, that does it for you. So the support generator was a thing called Bridgeworks.
Yep.
And that was designed by, do you know Joe? Have you heard of Joe Allison?
Yes.
So Joe Allison designed that.
Okay.
When he worked at 3D Systems. And basically had a manual. So you'd actually create the supports, and then you'd have to go through the file, and you go, right, man, it's not supported, that down-facing sort of angle there. Then you'd have to get the manual out, read out what code to put in to actually put it into it to write it. Yep. This is the bit that would actually, you guys would go, like, do you know what, I'm not doing this because it's rubbish. I press slice. I go home, I come in the morning, and it might have finished.
Yep.
Okay. Or I said later on, I'd put some stuff into F1 teams, and we were doing a gearbox. And if you were actually halfway through the gearbox, there was no autosave. So you're setting a gearbox up with the supports, and then you'd have to go every so often save, because if it crashed, you have to start again.
Yep.
And it used to take you a day to do the supports on a gearbox.
For years, the software that ran the Z-Core machines didn't have that, and I laugh because I'm one of the only people that still have the original Z-Corp software, not the 3D Systems 3D print, the 3DS print. This is the Z-Print software, and I have all of the revisions of it, because I eventually learned how to service my own machines because it was way too expensive to have 3DS come out and do it and all that. Well, I have a post on Reddit from like 10 years ago that, hey, if you need the software, here's the link to it. Just ask for permission to grab it. At least once a month, some random person requests permission to it, and they'll DM me on Reddit like, hey, is this still good software? I'm like, yeah, no, it still works. And like, I feel like I'm like somewhat responsible for keeping these older Z-Print machines online. But dude, it doesn't autosave. Autosave is... It's so funny because it's not something that many of us are used to not having. Yeah. But I'm used to it. And it's a pain in the ass not to have it.
Well, the actual 250, when Liverpool sold it, I bought it. So I've still got I've got a 33-year-old SLA 250.
That's cool.
I fitted a solid state laser onto it.
Ooh.
And it still works, and it still runs on DOS.
What was it running as a laser source prior? Was it like a CO2 laser?
Trying to think, was it HECAD? So long, it was one that you had to remelt, and it used to stink. But they used to cost a lot of money.
Like a helium neon laser?
It was a yttrium laser. I'm trying to remember, because I remember seeing a post about people salvaging them because the crystals in them were really expensive.
Well, this was basically a long glass tube, and it would only, the maximum power was 40 milliwatts.
Oh, that's absolutely helium neon laser at that point. Yeah, 40 milliwatts.
So basically, it's like now, it's still, even though I've got a solid state laser on it, I can't build any faster. I have to sort of tune it down because the actual analog scanning mirrors can't move. If you go any more than 40 milliwatts, then they basically start vibrating because you're going too fast. But the fact that it builds slow, the parts and the accuracy of the parts is still damn amazing.
That's incredible that it's still working. So I've always wanted to take like those old Dimension printers from Stratasys and just rip the brains out of it and put a modern brain into it, because like they're so
Honestly, that would do such a good job.
dude, they're so well insulated. They've got everything you need. I would rip out their hot end, put in a modern hot end. They would do so good. But then I remember the foam build plates. Then I remember some of the weird things that Stratasys did. I'm like, at what point is this the printer of Theseus and I'm doing a lot of work for no reason?
But it would look cool.
It would look cool.
Yeah.
And the frame is really well built, ignoring
Oh, dude, they're built like
everything
brick
else.
shit houses. I mean, they just don't fail. And it's why those machines that are 20, 30 years old still work to this day. Like,
Yep.
Some of the connectors on the SLA 250 that are just for connecting the heater or the temperature sensor, they're aircraft grade connectors.
because Jacob, because that's what they had available, right?
Yeah, no,
We didn't have
Yeah.
XT60s 30 years ago.
Yeah, it's
I
so funny.
just have nightmares of all the aeronautical grade connectors that I've had to repair over the years. And I can't imagine a 3D printer with the same level of connectors.
You'll
Actually,
both laugh at this. We had a customer request a military grade part. So my response is the cheapest material for the cheapest price. And they said, no, the nicest material for the nicest price. I said, you want an engineering grade part, not a military grade part.
I do find that funny. Now, I've been speaking to so many military people. When they say military grade now in the UK, it's not about the price of the part anymore. It's about how dumb the person who's going to be using it is. Because they always assume it's going to be a crayon eater who's never read the manual, just pressing the break it button repeatedly, trying to make it do something. So now it just has to be very easily understood at a glance, with so many fail-safes in case they operate it wrong.
It needs a nacelle to tell you if it's happy. It needs an oh shit button for when it starts making noise that it shouldn't make. And then it just needs a go and no-go button. That's it. That's all they need.
Literally, that's what they have told me. Not even kidding. Minus the nacelle, they said they just want a big green button to start a job and a big red button to stop it. And they don't want to know about slicing. They don't want to know about maintenance. It needs these two buttons, and they just put the file in. They don't even want to do anything else.
That's
Hilarious.
where the problem is. That's where the problem is.
Amen, brother. A friggin'
Right?
man.
It's because it's like my attitude again. At some point, someone's going to break the internet. They've already done it a couple of times with car manufacturers in the UK.
Yep.
At least I can carry on doing it. I can build it by hand. You know, like I said went to university, one of the universities, and I did a tour, and they were showing CNC machines. I said, "Where's all the old lathes? Oh, we got rid of them." I said, "Why?" And they said, "Well, companies don't use them." I said, "No, and if companies did use them, when they got attacked, a cyber attack, they could actually still make stuff."
Yep.
So, you know, there's argument. I know you've got again. It is me. I've sort of got involved in one of the greatest technologies. Like when I first saw it, I'm like, I'm doing that. It's another part. So this is one of my favorite parts. This is 30 odd years old as well.
Yes!
Ooh.
Yes, I have one of those too! Oh, they're so good. Yep.
Because as a designer, I'm like, how the hell is that going to turn? Because if I turn one of them, they're all going to clog.
Is yours like Z Corp or is it SLS?
This one's SLS.
Okay.
I actually I should have brought it up. I've got one downstairs. It's a tiny version, and it is off a cubital machine.
Ooh.
You know, have you heard of a cubital?
It's been many years.
There was only 4 sold because they cost £1 million.
Been many, many years since I heard that name. I see. Had I known this was going to be like a show and tell, I would have got out to my car and gotten my. This is such a Florida thing, but I keep all of like my show parts in ammo cans in my car because like they're cheap, they're waterproof, you know, they're gonna outlast the car, that kind of thing. But I've got like my first ever SLS part is in there. It's the EOS ball in a ball, the wiffle ball model on the spring.
Is it on a spring?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I still have it. It's very yellow and dirty just from because it was white, right? And just touching it over the years. I've got the EOS Rook in PH1 stainless. They're half rook in metal. Those are my first, like, and they were show samples, right? They would give them away at shows. But to this day, I still have it because I think that was where the spark ignited for me about building businesses about this. I'm like, wait a minute, this technology is very immature. There's opportunity to bring it to a maturity level, and there's money to be made in that process. I just, God, it's like all this. I'm reminiscing right now of both the good old days and the bad times of the good old days.
Yeah, because in the end, when it failed, we had to work out what it was.
Yep.
That's it. It's like, right, okay, why did that fail?
We were the warranty, and you know.
So can you remember what the sort of bench? You know how the Benchy seems to be the actual thing at the moment, and it's really good for calibrate. So the first thing that everybody in the industry a long time ago, I'll say this in American, so it was an adjustable wrench.
Yes. Yep. I've got a few of them.
Every company that made a 3D printer made a wrench. That's it. Like I said, we've got like hundreds of them on different technologies.
Yep. I have many of them. We had the adjustable wrench. We had the owl from MIT, and we had the Voronoi or Voroni rabbit from MIT as well. Those were like the three big test models before 2015. When 2015 hit, and Daniel Norris and Palco. I'm gonna get the names wrong, of CT3D.xyz, they released the Benchy, and it became kind of like overnight the de facto. People still like the wrench because the wrench was cool because it had moving parts, but the Benchy became the thing that we all measured. Everyone looks at the Benchy as like something to go fast. Everything on that effing boat has a measurement to it, and you can measure it. And this was how we would calibrate our printers back in the day. Damn it.
Yeah. I've got a couple of used to call them torture tests, and basically there was one of the aircraft companies is a guy, I think he's retired now, called Mike Ince, and he'd send me this file, and I'm like, look, you look at it, it's like, that's going to be interesting trying to build that. And also, when I first started with the 3D, we were that's when Ford, Jaguar, Land Rover, the car industry was one of the big sort of influences there. That's the reason it's actually started going.
I would say they still are.
Yeah. But to be honest, when I got involved, I was like, I'm really excited. Like, I'm like, do you know what? In 10 years, everybody's going to have one of these. And then 30 years later, I'm like, come on.
Yep.
It's a very slept-on tech, I got to admit.
It's been frustrating because I'm like, and what you find is when you talk to people, people find something that they can use it for. Yeah, so I'll ask, even when I'm in I go to the dentist, and then the next minute they're taking the mold, and I'm like, haven't you got one of those 3D scanners? And she said, yeah, it's next door. I said, can I have a look at it? She brings it through and it's like £10,000. I said, oh, is that all?
Yeah, I know. I 2 weeks ago I was talking about how one of our staff members totaled their car, and when I found out, like, his mom messaged me at like 2:30 in the morning that he was in the hospital. So like I instantly try to get a hold of him, and he says, "Can you go scan my car?" I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely." Because we have an Artec Leo. It's a $35,000 3D scanner, right? It's a lot of money, but it's perfect for that kind of stuff. Like, absolutely perfect for that stuff. So yeah,
the first time I used the scanner was hang on a minute, 1995. So we were going to what you now know as Formnext. It used to be called Euromold.
Yes, Euromold. Yeah. Oh god.
So it was when I was at 3D, and they just brought out the Actua, which is a wax 3D printer.
Yep.
And then I basically sat at the show, and they said, somebody's coming over from the States with a scanner. Scanner was $260,000. And I said, right. I said, and what we're going to do is we need to find out if we can get the data off there, get it working on there. and it wasn't. It only give you a surface. And then all the customers that came, we sent them to the scanning company. They had the faces scanned, and all I did all week was sit there with my laptop, taking these faces, putting them back on, printing them on an actuator, and then people could take them away. The file was given to me on a floppy disk. So
sometimes I miss those days. A lot of times I don't.
But another
there
thing
was an aesthetic, but I do not miss those days.
Yeah.
So when I first saw that wax printer, I actually said to the guys at 3D, I said that wax. I said, yeah, and it looked like I don't know what they call it in the States. You have a Milky Bar, chocolate, white chocolate bar.
Yeah.
Looked like that, and I actually said to them, so this is like, when's this now? So 2026. I actually said to them, you ever thought about running chocolate through that? And they're like, what? I said, well, if you can melt that and go through it. And then back in 2018, which one is it? Is it CIS in Vegas?
Oh, CES, yes.
The CES, yeah, in Vegas. Yeah. They announced the first chocolate printer, and I just thought, well, that's 18 years behind where we should be.
Well, so we had the sugar printer that used the Z-Corp process for many years, and that never went anywhere. Cocoa Press, which is, I would argue, was the first chocolate printer. Yeah. So Mad Cat actually found a article by Terry Wohlers from 1992 on the Cubital machine. It was Jacob, get this. It could simultaneously build as many parts as you could position in a 20 by 14 by 20 inch, so 508 by 356 by 508 millimeter volume, and maintains
quite a lot.
Maintains an accuracy of 0.1% according to the company. It would turn so the system charges a glass mask plate as it passes over an ion gun, which in turn shoots ions on the glass at a resolution of 300 dots per inch, 118 dots per centimeter. This forms a pattern which is a negative image of the cross-section. The system presents black electrostatic toner, which adheres to the ion charge portions of the plate. Like, this is the early 1990s 3D printing, and it is so legit.
That is really insane as well.
Yeah.
It needed a room. It was absolutely huge.
So it could do 20.1 cubic millimeters per hour.
Yeah, so it basically put black toner down. It was like you do on the modern SLAs now. You turn a pixel off.
Yep.
It actually put the toner down where you didn't want the light to get through.
Amazing.
I can't believe that he found an article by Terry freaking Wohlers of the Wohlers Associates. It was still called Wohlers Associates back in 1992. Those of you that are like, why does he care so much about this man? Terry Wohlers has been the guy that has been following this industry since effectively day one, and their report that they put out, the Wohlers report, has been like, if you wanted to bet in this industry, that's the publication that you used to bet in this industry. They're not always correct, but they're pretty. They have a very good reading.
I get their report every year. And I don't buy reports. I buy their report every year.
I've been in it. Like they come to us for data since 2014. I think is when we started like giving them data and working together on stuff, and I've been interviewed in it a few times. It's super cool. Like I didn't know that Terry was doing this kind of work back then.
Yeah, right? He's been around a long time.
Yeah, he's been here a minute.
So like I said, when I started work as the applications engineer for 3D, the first thing they basically did was got me to talk to all the sales people, because nobody had used these technologies.
Yeah,
and because I'd actually pushed it and had the hands on, they had a couple of guys there and actually one's still there. He's, there's the good people, and then it was like, well, who can we sell them to? So, first one was F1.
Yep.
Because it's called rapid prototyping, which means people want things fast, and I'm like, well,
that's an F1 car does.
An F1 part is a car. It's a prototype on every track. So, have you spoken to them? And they were like, nope. So you go and do it. And that's how I got involved with getting them into F1 teams. And the other thing which I wish they'd actually done was because I went to art college, I actually said, why don't you give them away to students? Give them away to universities. I said, you don't have to give them away sort of fully. You can give them the machine. They have to have a service contract. They have to buy the material from you. And you can factor them the cost of the machine over 5 years. But you got to think at the time they're £280,000, so you couldn't do it.
No.
But my reasoning behind it is you get like 40 students every year going into industry saying, why haven't you got one of these?
Yep.
Yep.
They were learning it in school, but the industry wasn't using it.
Yeah. So and that's part of my frustration really is I think we've done a really bad job of educating people. And that's why I've done, I donated that SLA 250. I donated it to a school and set up an additive manufacturing center in my local high school I went to in 2012. So they had an industrial SLA machine inside a high school.
I mean, that's just...
That's kind of sick.
And I bought them, what was the other one? The first thing I bought them was they went to the TCT show. Do you remember a machine called Bits for Bytes?
Yes.
Right. So I actually phoned up the sort of DT teacher, said, do you want one of these? I said, we'll buy you one. We'll set it up and we'll get the kids using it. And the reason I liked it for the children, it was like buying a machine from IKEA.
Yep.
Right. So it came in a box. It was all clear perspex. And they had to build it. And then I said, the reason I liked that is they built it the first year. And then at the end of the year, they could actually pull it apart. And the next year, would actually build it again. And the reasoning behind that is if they build it, then they understand how it works.
Exactly. And it's why we advocate for people to build kits when they first start. I understand that like modern 3D printers outside of like Prusa and Voron aren't kits anymore, right? They're bamboo style. You pull them out of the box. Maybe you have to remove or add a few screws and then you're up and running in 10 minutes. But that is also why we end up with so many bamboo 3D printers in our shop to get repaired, because no one actually knows how to work on them. And to the user's credit, bamboo machines are not the easiest to work on. I just had my first one that I had to I didn't have to give up on it, but it made financial sense to give up on it. I didn't realize it was a 2-week-old P1S. The second stage feeder in the AMS was completely shot. It didn't work.
Oh.
And
you don't try and fix a lemon.
No.
If it's a lemon, you just send it back.
Like, I had the machine. It worked on, like, slot 1 and slot 4, but 2 and 3 were pretty much impossible to get working. Slot 4 kind of sort of worked, but randomly would throw an error mid-print. I told him, I said, look, you're still within your return window. Just get a new one. I said, and with all due respect, the P1S is end-of-lifed. I highly recommend, if you are going to stick in the bamboo ecosystem, let's go ahead and get a P2S or one of their other more modern machines that will be supported for a long time. Because, like, the part alone was $55. The labor to install it would have been at least another $70 to $80. And it's like, it doesn't...
You're already 10 to 15% the price of the printer.
A new AMS is only $200.
Yeah.
Like, I told him, I said, look, it doesn't make sense.
Get a new one.
Yeah, and I don't like that, but at the same time, the only reason I have that experience is because I had to work on my AMS a few times. Otherwise, you're just, like, guessing. And it took me a while to figure out that problem.
I'm really glad you touched on that all the printers aren't kits anymore, because I love industrial design and I love building industrial equipment. And one of the easiest ways to get into designing equipment was buying a 3D printer, because you got to assemble it all yourself. And even nowadays, don't let any company tell you otherwise, the hardware has not changed. It's all the software. Yes, some of the designs have gotten better, but motors are motors, heaters are heaters. That, like, lasers are still lasers. They are the same technology with some upgrades. And if you wanted to, say, build a new 3D printer for yourself, because back in the day that was a legitimate option, you could buy an Ender 5 and strip its guts out and CAD up some new bits and put them on. You were learning industrial design through trial of fire. And now all of the printers have kind of come to the commodity, like, white label appliance. And people don't know how to even change a heater. They're afraid to touch wires. They're afraid to change a motor, and it's sad because a lot of the people that are especially neurodivergent would excel at building their own machine, because once they've done it once, they now know how it all works, and they can like fix things in the future. Instead of focusing on the prints, they could do the whole thing, and it's just kind of sad. And I don't know what you two feel about it, but
well, no, I'm actually doing that with
hurts.
the Sanjay Mortimer. Like I'm mentoring like four different children. And the first time I'm neurodiverse, right? I only found out like 3 years ago, right? So I've gone through life being like that, but I didn't know. Again, that's why I have this eye for detail. I want to do things properly. And so I spend, I've had, they say, like, can you speak to this young lad and his mother? Yeah, no problem. And I just said, right, we need to get him a cruiser. So why? I said, he's always pulling computers apart, he's doing stuff. I said, if you give him a bamboo lab, he's going to be bored. Right, so we got him a cruiser. Then I actually thought, well, I need to go down and help him. So I'll actually go down. I'm actually going down on Tuesday to help him again. And he's loving it. But it's actually, it's taken a heck of a lot long. I actually thought you'd have, boxes and bits, you put it comes in sort of chunks and you put it together.
Yep.
Now, when we're building that, it's actually from scratch.
Yep.
Yeah, but he's loving it.
I always considered building Prussias like engineering therapy that cost about as much as going to therapy. So and now I get a 3D printer out of it
for what it is, and you get some sweets.
And
you get engineering therapy and some
the problem
sweets.
with that is, right, the young lad that I was teaching, he had the sweets before I got there.
He didn't read the instructions.
So I'm like going through the book and I'm like, right, where's my sweets?
He didn't read. Literally, do I have a Mark III manual handy?
A small pack of Haribos it was, isn't it?
But it says the first step in the manual, and like when you read the manual, it says the biggest issue with building these kits is overconsumption or inadequate consumption of bears, and that you need to wait. It is in, and if people don't believe me, go look at the Prusa manuals. I promise you it's in there, or at least it was during the Mark III and Mark IV days. Maybe they've removed it since, but they built it so that you could do it this way. And like back before bamboo, right? Back before bamboo kind of changed the industry. And I think there is a lot of good that bamboo has brought to the industry, to be clear. But I would basically tell people, look, do you want a Creality Ender 3 that has very little support, or do you want a machine that you can build as a kit, that they've thought of everything to the point where they give you a bag of gummy bears, and at certain stages they tell you to stop, take a break, and eat a measured amount of gummy bears? And if a company goes through all the effort to think about when you should stop and take a break, think about all the things that they wouldn't miss that other companies have. And that was the thing to me that always stood out about the Prusa kits and why I loved them so much. They actually gave a shit, because so many other companies didn't.
I think that's one of the biggest things you saw with at the very beginning when I first went to 3D. That was it. The customers was right all the time, But the good thing for me there was applications. Now going to an F1 team, and they used to say, right, here's 10 parts we make. This is how we do it. This is how long it takes us, and you can do them all. Yes, some of them were combined, doing stuff by hand with a 3D printer. But then the main reason that they all bought them was, and this is something that is still relevant, but a lot of people have forgotten about it. Apart, this seems to be okay in the States. Have you heard of Quick Cast or Tetrashell? So basically, on a 3D Systems machine, you can actually build a solid part, or you can build the outside skin with a honeycomb structure inside it.
Yep.
Right, and then when it's finished, it actually lets you put drain holes in, vent holes, and you've got to treat it properly and got the right material. You can actually shell it. You can basically seal it up, send it to a foundry,
And they
have a
would
metal
cast it.
casting done. Yeah,
Yep.
the biggest one I've done was I think it was an engine block for an American truck years ago, and the guy said, "I need a model of this engine for a show because we haven't got one." I said, "When's the show?" He said, "It's in 6 weeks." I said, "I can get an aluminium casting in for." And he went, "What?" And we just so that's the thing that the suspension upright on an F1 car, that was the first thing that everybody wanted to build.
Right.
Because it used to take them 4 weeks to machine one.
Yep.
Right.
3D printing could have it done in a couple of days.
Yeah, titanium. So we have to 3D print it in resin.
Yep.
We have to seal it, so you've got to make
Yep.
sure there's no holes in it. So you'd have to used to test it with like a stethoscope.
Okay.
So you can actually hear if it's got a hole in it. Right. And then the next step was like, okay, a foundry that does titanium. There isn't one in the UK. There was a couple in the States. And then I found one in I think it was France. They're called Tito.
Okay.
And they were part of a company in the UK. And this guy turned up and he's like, "Right." I said, "There you go. That's what you need." And he said, "That's nice." He said, "We can have it in wax." I said, "No, that's what you get." And then so I got involved with actually developing the processes to actually do that sort of thing, which is that interests me. Yeah, it's actually we went from a plastic part to a metal part. They could make 4 in 4 weeks instead of 1. Yeah, they'd have to leave machining allowance, and this is the thing that people have forgotten. You know, if you look at aerospace now in the industry and the metal 3D printing, which is really cool. If you design something and you print it on a metal 3D printer, it has to go through all the tests before it can go into flight. If you do it with quick cast, right, which is build a plastic model, they shell it up, it's in resin casting, so they shell it up in ceramic, blah, blah, blah. That casting has already been approved for flight. So the amount of time you can save. So, and in the US, there's still a heck of a lot of companies do use that process. The UK, there's still a few, but it seemed to get lost, and it is a shame because some of the complex castings you could do were crazy. And it's so fast because you don't have to make a mold. You don't have to make a design. You don't have to make the mold. You don't have to make the wax. So it got rid of a massive lead time. So that's they're the things that have been interesting for me. Went to Black & Decker, and they wanted a clamshell. So that's like half an injection mold tool, basically. They needed to make an injection mold tool cheap because they wanted to make 30 injection molded, say, electric drills to give to people to test. And I went there and I said to the designers, I said, "Right, I need this file off you." And he's looking at me going, "No, you need this." And I said, "No." And basically, I tried to explain how, again, we discussed earlier, sometimes you've got to think back to front to make something different work.
Yes, you do.
So basically, I wanted the actual design of the inside of the tool. So I basically, and then this is another thing as well, the actual, which built in wax, was meant to be the first office 3D printer.
God, I remember this.
But in my head, it's like, it's wax, metal castings.
Yeah,
right?
You're not going to do this in an office.
It's just like common sense, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then it's like, no, because it's meant to be an office thing, so we don't want to sell it to foundries. The foundries became the biggest buyer of that technology. It's just common sense. So what I did is
they had the demand for it. Of course, they'd be the biggest buyers for it.
Yeah. So what I did with this Black & Decker thing is I got the drill clamshell, so it was really thin. So basically, when you put the two halves together, you've got like fine bits where the motors go, the holes and everything. And I went back after 7 days. I went, "There you go." And we'd actually made a metal tool, and it was done by making because the problem with actually it wasn't an actuator, it was a thermojet, the original one. And basically, we printed a block in wax. The tool was done in wax. When you were building parts, and it was so like fragile, you could break it.
I remember those days. I remember those days.
But when you're making a tool, you don't have that problem because it's a solid block and the supports are on the back, so it doesn't matter, right? And then what I found a guy in the Midlands he did zinc casting. So I gave him this plastic part. He basically poured plaster, well, like a plaster of Paris on top of it. So we mixed this water, mixed it up. It got into all the detail, dries it, melts the wax out, and pours zinc into it. And we went back to Black and Decker. I said, there you go, there's your tool. And they're like, how the heck did you do that? And then it was like, right. And it said, can we keep it? And it actually scared them off. The idea was they were trying to get the processes faster and faster. But because we did it so fast, it was like too much of a jump. Yeah, well, whereas my attitude, right, so what's the next longest thing then? And how can we do that? So I'm actually saying, right, that's that bit done. What's the next longest bit, and how can we improve? How can we do that? But you've got to have that mindset to actually want to do it. And it's I'll have a go. That's the bit I really like is actually doing things that haven't been done before. It's what
I mean. That's half the fun of life, is doing something you haven't done before.
Yeah,
but even then, using technology in a way that maybe it wasn't originally intended for. I found it very interesting. I was touring a foundry. We filmed a video, and I don't know if I'm ever going to release the video, because the video that I wanted to film couldn't be done, and I didn't know that until we had basically finished filming the video. But because like they had told me on the phone they could do it, where we take 3D printed parts from start to finish in one day, from a 3D print to metal in one day.
I mean, that would make a great video.
Would make a great video. It's not possible. It takes like 3 weeks. They were like, well, yeah, you could do everything in one day, but you'd have to send us the stuff 3 weeks in advance. I said, nobody told me that. Otherwise, I would have done it. They're like, yeah, and it's going to cost like $300 to $500 a model. I said, I don't care what it costs. I just want to do it. So I filmed an entire tour of this foundry. They don't do any 3D printing. They work with 3D printing partners. And they're using, Andy, you'll appreciate this, X1 machines.
Right.
They're still using X1 sand printers because they work, right? Yeah. X1, voxel jet. They've got a couple of people with resin printers, but they find between the X1 and the voxel jet machines, that's all that they need, because they're still like doing so much manual work to it. They don't care that the resolution on those machines is not pristine and perfect, because they're not using it for small stuff. They were doing a like 12-foot tall class ring for one of the armed forces, right? And it had to be printed in pieces, to make it all work. And I'm like, what about the layer line? I said, oh, we're going to polish those out, and we polish out all the welding lines. I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. They're like, yeah. And then we can use the tech that already exists to us, rather than having to, invent new tech, basically, that can do the part in one piece. So, yeah, that made sense.
I did another one, which was a water pump. It was a tool to make a water pump. And I remember sitting with the engineer, and he's like, I said, so we need the 3D files. He goes, yeah. He said, so there was basically 2 halves and a slider that went in it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you need 3 files. I said, why? I said, I just need those 2. And he said, well, don't you need the file for the slider? Which was only like an angled piece of, And I'm like, well, how long will it take to machine that? He said, 15 minutes. I said, well, machine it then. And then his response is, well, you can do that. So it's actually having the mindset to actually not think, well, actually, can you do it? I'm like, well, yeah, you can do it. Again, that's experience, isn't it?
Well, it's one of those, like, you talk to old school engineers that have been doing it the same way for 30 years, and they're like, you can do what? This isn't possible. Like, no, it is. Here's how you do it. And it's like, as soon as they realize it's possible, they just like, boom. Their brain has stopped and then restarted. There's a medicine that does this. If Amber wasn't working, she would tell me what it was. But there's a medicine that stops your heart and then restarts it as a way to get you back into a sinus rhythm. And that is basically what I've seen this happen on so many engineers. And they're like, Okay, yeah, let's do it.
I've got to admit, it is a personal enjoyment when I do that to people, and they're like, "Oh,
Yeah.
oh, this is a thing, and
Yeah.
it's fast." Oh,
But
it brings
it's like any
so much
of
joy.
the people. So so my wife's a nail tech, right? So she does like nails, which is really fascinating as well because that's UV resin. So I'm actually keeping an eye on some of the tech that she works with because I can use it in what we do. Like especially finishes. I'm going, how did you do that? I'm like, that would actually work on this bit.
Yep.
So
Yep.
again, it's you can use it you can get stuff from different areas. So then I had this printed part in there, and there's like people say, "What are they?" And the next minute, I get a phone call off actually a lady that I actually now teach at children. She's going, "Can you make me a replacement part for the window blind?" She said, "Because it costs like they don't have one, and it's like £150 for a new window blind." I said, "Do you like?" I said, "Do you want a coffee?" Like 10 minutes later, you've made this part, but that's a lady that's never heard of it before.
Yep.
Because she's doing stuff, and that's the thing. We need to get it out there. We need to educate more people. We need to tell them like the applications that. Again, when I first did it, I couldn't tell you this stuff what we did with F1 because we weren't allowed to.
All the cool stuff we could never friggin' talk about, right? Like,
yeah, I know.
There are 3 applications right now that I could talk about that we're using 3D printing for, but I can't because of NDAs, and I'm upset about this because I would have like really awesome things to talk about. In 10 years, I'll be able to talk about it more though.
But like,
yours actually expire? Mine don't even expire.
No, mine don't either.
Well, so that's not legal in the States anymore.
Depends what you're doing. Like I said, if you're doing it for military, then it's different.
Yes. So yeah, if it's a national security thing, yes, because that would be covered under your clearance for the work itself. But eventually that work ends up declassifying for the most part anyways, whether that's on a War Thunder forum or that's, normal declassification, it occurs. Also, yes, Nisham 21, it is adenosine. Adenosine is the medicine. Literally, it stops and restarts the heart, and Amber has talked about it, administering it to patients. She's like, yep, when we administer adenosine, we have a crash cart ready because for those 2 or 3 seconds that you are technically dead, we're all sitting there like, come on. And then, boom, it restarts and like, yeah, we don't have to do chest compressions.
But it's like you said about the printers now, when you pull the covers off and how they're made. So when I worked at the model makers as a designer, I designed some training aids for fighter pilots.
Ooh.
Right? Basically, that they were on a board, and they were in Saudi Arabia, and I had to go up. And basically, it was they were landing planes with the wheels up. Right, so we needed to get everything out of the planes, and I had to make all of the instruments in the plane work on a board. And if you actually look behind the board, it's all pulleys, motors, cams, the lot. So when I went to 3D Systems, I ran the machine at Liverpool, and I'm like, wow, that's cool. And then when I started at 3D and we took the covers off, I just looked and went, I could make one of them.
Yep.
Isn't that great though? You're like,
I love that mindset.
I've actually, and that's the other thing I've modified. So there's modifications I've made to machines because some of them would, I worked with all the resin people to put different resins in. So
yep.
I remember DSM were interested in working with the F1 teams, and the F1 teams wanted to use stiffer materials. And at the time, there was nothing out there. So the first one was by DSM, and it was called Proto Tool. So that's ceramic filled resin.
Oof. Ooh, that would be a pain in the ass to use because the ceramic sinks.
Yep. So what happens in the big machines, and then for people that have never seen, I should have sent lots to show some pictures. So basically, you've got a tank that's 500, 590 deep. You put this ceramic in there, and then it actually settles.
Yep.
So it comes with a machine that you put in with a mixer on it.
That mixes it.
Every build, you have to basically mix it.
I think that's something that most people don't realize, that the old school SLA and MSLA machines, even some of the newer ones, but the ones that if you're watching the show, you might have experience with, you have a little vat of resin and then you pull the part out of it. These didn't do that. They built
No,
into the
other way
resin.
around.
This entire like half-meter cube that was full of resin. That was ungodly expensive.
Yeah, I think to fill, I think it's probably about 80,000. Well, so probably around $100,000 to fill one.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Right, but then so we got this resin again. The resin's developed. Then I'm the person that. So actually, first of all, what happened is I took one of the sales guys around the F1 teams because he came over and he's like, "What's Formula One?" I said, "It's like IndyCar, but better." Right. So
Now those
we
are
went in-
fighting words.
right, and
He's
then
right there.
and then it was and then it was like, well, I said, "There's only like I don't know at the time. There was probably only about 8 or 9 different teams." So he came over and they're all round Silverstone. So I took him to the different places and he came out there and he was like, they all want the same thing. He said, I could set a team onto this. And that's what he did. He actually set a team to develop this ceramic filled resin. But then I was the one that put it in. We tested it in they tested in little machines. As soon as you stuck it in that big vat. So I set it going in an SLA 5000, I think it was. And it would actually do about 5 millimeters. So it works the opposite. So you have a platform that goes down into the resin, right? And then it puts up, when it's building the supports, it goes down into the resin 10 millimeters, comes up 9.9.
Yep.
And then once it gets to the top of the supports, that's when it only goes down by 0.1. Every coater blade goes across the vat with resin in it. It's got a vacuum, and it deposits the resin into the sort of little negative meniscus, basically. So 5 millimeters into this build, this platform is going, and I'm like, what? What's going on here? You know, it couldn't work out where the level was. So on the back of the machine, there's a box which has got a leveling diode, which is where you actually that reads where your level is. Standard resin with a low viscosity, the level inside that box is the same as it is outside.
Yep.
Yeah, when you've got a little tiny box, it's probably what 100 millimeters by 20 millimeters with a thick material in it. The meniscus that's inside it is higher than the resin that's in the vat, right? And that's what was throwing us. But again, this wasn't this. I'm in the customers, and you've got to work it out. So all I did was I took the sort of protective shroud off the back, and I built on the machine without the shroud, and it works. So then this is how I designed it. So then I actually started bending bits of cardboard, stick it on the machine, put the same build on. And by the end of the day, I had an idea of what to do. Went back to the hotel, I had SolidWorks on my laptop, drew it up, printed it, stuck it on the machine, and it worked. And at one of the AMUGs, there was we were talking about the materials, and I said, "Did anybody have any problems with the leveling systems?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Send me the email address. I'll send you a file." Said, "But you've got to leave my company name on the front of the file."
Damn right you do. Damn right
yeah,
you do.
But it was just a simple. But again, you've got to work. That's where this learning about building printers, that's how you can understand what's going on. Well, that one was honest. At first, I'm like, what the heck? Yeah, but and then the customer's like, why is the machine building? So yeah, so I've modified the machine lots. I've got this as an interest. So this, right? It's only tiny. That's an interlock key.
It is, yeah.
Right? I lose them all the bloody time.
Yeah, but the interlock keys, most interlock keys are that bit, don't they?
Yes, they're crazy tiny.
On both ends.
Yep.
Right? And I'm like, I can't put them in because I can't twist it because my hands are too big. So I made that. So I actually designed that thing, and then I put a little hole in it and again, this is when I was at 3D.
Put it on a keyring.
Yeah, put it on a keyring, right? So and then I don't know, 20 years later, I'm over in America. So I designed this. I'm over in America, and I went to customers, and he had one of these. I said, I designed that. And the guy's like, no, you didn't. He said, I got this off an engineer. I said, I designed it. And he said, no, I didn't. I said, have a look underneath it. You'll see 2 letter A's. So on the bottom surface, on there, and there's AA. They're all over the world. And it was just left on the machine, and it got passed. And it's interesting because it just got passed around the world, and it's just But it made my life, and it was just it's fun to actually see it end up in another country.
Yep.
I love stories like that because it is something where you're like, you understand the value beyond like what you're doing for yourself or the people that you're working for or their customers. You now like randomly you meet someone that their life has been changed, hopefully in the positive direction, by your product. And honestly, there really isn't anything better than that. There really isn't. It is so good. I love it. I love it way too much. I'm gonna be clear, because like, dude, you know, it's crazy. Like, I got pinged last night at like 1:30 in the morning. I was still awake. Bad mistake to look at the ping. It was for the Venezuelan earthquakes, right?
Oh,
The 7.1, then the 7.5. They are putting together a maker effort to send PLA braces for arms and wrists and that kind of thing.
I remember seeing a Reddit post about that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, and so I got pinged a few times in there, and I finally like connected with the people. These are like citizens that are putting it together. And, you know, it's all being done out of PLA, so it can be thermoformed on site. So the shipping of it's really cheap because it's, you know, it's just like a couple of layers thick, super simple to 3D print. Literally, when we are done with the podcast, I'm setting every single machine in this shop that is not running a client part right now to run those parts. I don't even know who to give them to yet. But that's like, this community has answered the call so many times, right? I mean, I know a lot of people who are, I would say, pre-Bamboo Lab joined because of COVID, right? And everything that happened because of the human malware as it was. Because like there was this like aha moment where additive manufacturing and rapid prototyping was able to obliterate traditional manufacturing for at least a little bit of time, you know, like 3 to 4 weeks. We can do the same.
In the UK, it obliterated it for the entirety of the pandemic.
I mean, some would still argue it's still going on, but anyways, here in the States, like I worked with, you know, we were doing a lot of like 3D printing to injection molding at that point. So we worked with our local injection molding guys. They cut the mold for these face shields and PPE and all that. And so basically we were working closely with them. And as soon as they were ready to run their first production run, we started to dial down. We're in this case again. And we're going to be doing a whole video on it. Yes, I committed to making a video on this at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't want to talk about it. But
that's the way that should have been done, though.
Like,
you know, like,
this is amazing.
You know, like cutting the tool out
takes forever.
Because, you know, that's the other thing that you look at is like when we were taught about this, like the training courses I used to go on about resin safety and material safety. It's crazy, right? Yeah, yeah. But it's like you said, you buy a bottle of wherever now, and it says on the side of the bottle slightly toxic, and I'm like, it's either toxic or it's not.
Yeah. Yep.
And the problem is, we used to have like this material safety data sheets that were that thick, and I'm trying to educate people about. Look, well, I've had a guy on. I have a group where we're trying to share knowledge. So a guy puts a picture, and he's got a burn on his hand, and he said, "This resin will take anything off." And I'm like, "You've become sensitized." And he's like, "What?" I said, "Well, if you touch that resin now," I said, "you might touch it on your finger, but you'll have to get a burn over here." And he's like, people don't know.
Yep.
Which is damn scary. And the other one that really, really scares me is water washable resin.
Yes.
Oh, don't get me started,
dude. I'm the same
people
way.
stop washing your water washable resin in the sink.
It's not potable.
Stop it.
It's not potable.
It's unbelievable.
Do you want to get turbo cancer? That's how you get it.
Yeah, they don't realize it goes into your drinking water.
Yeah.
And there must be millions of people that are doing it.
I know a couple of people who, I've already told them to their face, are idiots who wash their water washable resin in pots and pans that they then cook in afterwards. I'm like,
Oh,
no,
Yeah,
no,
Oh,
no.
no.
and we're not trying to be scaremongers, because we love the technology, and anything that happens like that, it's just a negative thing against what we're trying to do.
And it's funny, dude, the amount of people that call us like fear mongers and scaremongers, it doesn't affect me. I'm like, yeah, it's a sensitizer, dude. It will affect you eventually. And I always tell people, oh, if you really don't think it's toxic, go find the guy that was moving a resin 3D printer in his car, and he was in the passenger seat, and the resin leaked out onto his pants. And by the time that he got to where he needed to go, his pants were welded to his skin, and he effectively degloved part of his thigh. And gentlemen, where else did it get resin? Gentlemen, the twig and berries, all right? Like, dude, I get it that like a slight exposure here or there is not going to cause turbo cancer. But I would much rather, the same way that like, we always say, oh, babies are delicate. Babies are not delicate. Babies are some of the most robust things that exist. If you've ever seen a child run into a wall at full speed and act like nothing happens, why don't you try doing that as an adult? You're going to the hospital, okay? Children are indestructible by nature, but we treat them as if the slightest paper cut will send them to an early grave.
All I'm hearing is Grant is on the borderline for saying it's okay to punt a child because they'll be fine.
Look, there are some times on airplanes where I might be pushing toward that sentiment, or in lines, or any time at a theme park.
But the other one that you don't realize about resin, though, right, is when you're cleaning your parts, right? If you don't wear safety glasses, right,
that's the big one.
First of all, you got bits flying around. But what we were told like 30 years ago, if you get resin on your eye and you go outside, you got a permanent, lens.
Oh, yeah. It'll make a contact lens.
Yeah, you got a permanent, it welds to your eye. So basically, you're taught that if you get resin in your eye, you're supposed to get a black patch, put it on, go to hospital, and then tell them what's happened.
Yep.
Right? And you got people flicking stuff around at home, and I see people with no gloves on, and you're just like...
We use chemical gloves that go to your elbow.
Yep.
Do you know a guy called Steve Deek?
No, the name doesn't ring a bell.
So Steve Deek was in it. Yeah, same as me. With the Hasbro GE. I think he was the AMUG president 4 times, right? Still a good friend. I keep in touch with him when he's retired now. And he sent me a video that he made years ago. And he's got a wig on and everything. And he was actually sensitized to the resin when it first came out. But he loved the industry that much. He used to like double glove. Honestly, he's probably spent an hour getting ready to go and take bits up, but he loved it. And he sent me the video, and it's actually, I think I posted it on, I might have put it on LinkedIn, and I'm thinking, just watch it. Because this is what really can happen.
If people don't understand, I mean, I have a friend, Courtney from Filament Stories. She, as her name, loves filament printing, but has some resin printing. She was naturally already sensitized to it. So it was just like something that her body was already sensitive to. If they are printing, she can tell because she can feel it in her throat. Because even though during a 3D print for resin, it doesn't release a lot of VOC, most of it is done in the cleaning stage where you're like, sloshing it around in alcohol.
A liquid.
Yeah. She can feel it in her throat. She's like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, there's really nothing you can do. I mean, you can set up various levels of HEPA and carbon filtration, but at some point...
It doesn't do everything, though.
Yeah, the resin, 99.99% still means 0.01% gets through.
Yep.
And that 0.01% is going to bother you. And so she's
it's like, I still don't use a carbon filter in our resin lab because A, it doesn't filter enough for it not to be sensitive, but B, I just don't breathe. I time on my watch my O2 level and set a timer, and I hold my breath the entire time.
Jacob,
I think what you got to say though is like it's like, if you put the right things in place, because you don't want people to see it's really bad. It isn't bad. It's a process, right? A lot of people use arrowite glue.
Yep.
That's epoxy resin.
Yep.
It's the same stuff, right? And if you read it, it'll tell you. If you read the instructions, so this isn't like something that's new and just to 3D printing it. It's actually out there in stuff that people use every day.
Any AB
And I will say,
resin has the same issue.
Mine is the worst experience because I use it very heavily in a very small area.
I was going to say,
I'm not your average user.
Jacob, why don't you tell Andy here where your resin lab used to be?
Would have been used to it still there.
Jacob, I thought you got rid of it.
In your kitchen.
We don't use it anymore. We've sealed the room. It's airtight with a negative pressure like suction in it, so there's nothing leaking from that room. It used to be in the room across from my bedroom and my workshop in just like a little side room, which we cornered off to be the dirty resin room. Because there's no way in hell I'm sleeping next to it. But it's only 2 plasterboards away. It's not good. Not good. Now I've got a better system. I've got a UVC light. So whenever I'm done with everything, I blast the room with high intensity UVC and ozone. I have that negative pressure fan. It's a 5 horsepower turbo fan that we turn on before we even go in. We leave on the entire time we're in there, so it's only pulling in fresh air.
Yeah, you're
from
scrubbing
the rest
the air
of the
in
building.
the room fast enough.
We're doing full air scrub. Yes, we are dumping it immediately outside into a residential street, which is not my problem at that point.
Well, when you look at the part per million count, when you take all of the air into account, it's not that high.
It's nothing. It's like dropping radioactive liquid into the ocean. The moment it's in there, not your problem anymore.
I actually don't think that's how that works, but okay.
Actually, it is. It's really funny. There's a documentary about Fukushima.
Not when it goes down the water into your drinking water, right?
Yeah.
But no, I will never use potable anything. Like you'd never dump it down the drains. You don't dump into the sewage.
People, it's because as soon as you mention water washable, I've read some of the art, and it's like you're not actually telling people to do it in a separate tank, and then once it's done, you got to dispose of it properly.
All they're saying is you can use water instead of alcohol.
They're going to chuck it down the toilet.
Yeah.
And the companies will say, oh, well, we didn't tell you to do that. Like, they'll say, well, there's a small little thing on there that says it's toxic to aquatic life, but nobody reads that. The same way that Bamboo Lab just put out pure PLA that's food safe. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. One, it's not pure PLA. Go look at the MSDS for it. It's 1 to 5% filler. So first off, wrong. 2, it's not food safe. You can't clean the parts. And while I know there was the study done by some school that's like, all those don't really matter. Are you really going to put your business, your family, your whatever at risk because you wanted to 3D print a spoon? Get the hell out of here. That is such a poor way to advertise it. Yes, the raw polymer might be food safe, and raw PETG is almost always food safe. Once you 3D print it with a brass nozzle, which, okay, has some lead in it, it's not enough lead, but it does have lead in it, it's not food safe. Stop it. Stop
the
it.
biggest problem is the process.
Yes,
it is the process.
You can make a part with material which they say that's food safe, not put in your mouth, but but if you've got layers, even though you can't see them, bacteria can get stuck in it.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yep.
There's some interesting ones now because there's some antibacterial materials out there, which is an interesting technology, but it's still the layers that's the problem.
Yep.
That's not. I remember. So when Liverpool they bought the SLA machine, they also bought a vacuum casting system.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
So because what they did is the SLA machine was just the way of making your master pattern. If you wanted 30, you'd make a silicon tool from it, and then you could actually put polyurethanes in it that replicated other materials. Yeah, so then you could have 30 parts off one tool. So, but I had somebody there saying same thing. Actually, it was a model maker they used to work for. I said, "Can you make us a spoon?" Yeah, but and then I went, "Well, hang on a minute. Are you going to be using it?" And he goes, "Yeah, no, you can't."
I have
It's
I have
a
turned away
chemical, and
projects that could have made
yeah,
us
it's
a
a
lot of
chemical.
money for this
Yeah.
reason.
Because you don't know, if you look at a lot of these, they leach stuff out afterwards. Especially
Yep.
that's something I found out with the new sort of smaller SLA printers. When you print it and then you'll actually paint it and you make a silicon tool, and the silicon doesn't cure because it's leaching stuff out.
Yeah, you need a platinum grade silicone to
Correct.
cure, because tin cure won't cure to UV resin. There are some out there now that will. So
Yeah.
I think Tech has put out a special formula that works with
Yep.
tin cure silicone. But yeah, that's like that's been a I don't know if it's a less than told secret, or maybe it's not a secret. It's something that I learned
think
the
it's just
hard
people
way.
don't have the knowledge about, which is
Yeah.
why they don't know about it. But
Yeah.
it's a proof. It's a proof it does leach something.
Mhm.
And
But
if you don't want to eat resin, maybe don't eat off resin made items.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you want microplastics in your body? Do you want micro resins in your body? No, I
No.
don't.
Yeah.
So
It's like I don't even dump my gray liquid. Like it's not gray water because it's not water, it's ethanol and biofuel that I use to clean my resin parts.
You recycle it.
I do full recycling. So we boil it off, we recondense the alcohol back off of it because might as well, it boils at a different height, and then we superheat the resin to fully denature it and then create a hard puck, which is much easier to store.
Yeah, I bought a water purifier. So basically it's like a little still.
Yep.
Yes.
And I just stuck it in, and then I just put the bottle in, and it just goes. So you can do it with alcohol, whatever. And then you end up.
That's actually what we started with.
Yeah.
Though be careful, because when you open it, you get the massive steam cloud of superheated isopropyl and resin.
Oh, yeah.
And I've only done that to me once, and I regretted it very badly.
There's also a fire hazard.
Oh no, just do it outside. Just do it outside. It's only a fire hazard if there's other things that can catch fire. Put it on a concrete slab outside and you don't really care if it explodes.
That is not professional advice. I'm going to be very clear about that.
Yeah,
Keep a fire extinguisher nearby and then never use it. Also, double check if your fire extinguishers are in date. This is looking at you, that one person who knows you have one, but haven't checked its date.
Just checking the dates on yours now.
No, I know the big one in here is due for a refresh, but
cool.
I'm trying to get old fire extinguishers that have been used because you can recharge them with other stuff, and I'm like kind of excited for that. But that's it's for a video thing. We're working with the fire department on it. It's unrelated. Don't worry about it. But yeah, it is crazy to me that, yes, like, and I'm looking at my stack of resin printers next to me. You can get a decent resin printer for like 200 friggin' bucks, right? They're so cheap. But then because it's so cheap, nobody understands what the material itself is risky for, and they don't take those precautions necessary. And then when we talk about it, they call us FUDs, and they call us fear mongers. I'm like, no,
it's not about that.
It's actually
just because the price of the machine is less doesn't make it any less of an industrial piece of equipment.
Exactly.
Yes, they might make it look soft and easier to be accessed, and the materials can come down and they can have pretty pictures on it, but at the end of the day, the resins are the same goddamn photopolymers.
Yes.
The science hasn't changed, and they are industrial grade, which also means industrial grade safety is required.
Yep, I bought what was the first? I bought an AMUG
Mars, probably.
Yeah, it was a Mars 3, right?
Yep.
I got it arrived, and I'm sat in the living room, and I just thought, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. And then I just thought, no, I can't. Goes in, sets it up in the kitchen, on the worktop. Best play. Wife comes in, and she's like, can you move that? Because I need to get the tea ready. And I'm like, no, until it's finished. but it came off. Those machines are unbelievable.
They are.
They are
Like,
amazing for what they
and
are.
this is the thing that there's some interesting things. Resin. I've had a leak on one of the resin. The resin that is in the machine, if it goes into the bottom, it actually eats the plastic that the machine's made out of. That's what can happen. But
Yep.
I've actually printed some. I've actually had resins in my printer that cost more than the printer did.
I have
So
4 liters of pure PPMA, and oh my god, is that expensive compared to the price of the machine.
this is a resin print.
Also, anyone who is using PPMA, please, for the love of God, look at the material data safety sheet and realize your nylon gloves are going to do absolute sweet FA. Get level 3 hazard gloves. If
Yep.
you're using that material, it will photopolymerize your DNA to anything in the vicinity. But it does, when you print it, because it's clear, it doesn't yellow over time.
Yeah, that's a
really
really good
nice.
thing, because I've actually done some lights for cars nowadays. Again, because I'm constantly looking for new materials, new applications, because that's what people don't realize. The most important thing about any of these is what you use inside them,
that's right.
right?
Yep.
You know, I know that some of the bigger companies, if you stick someone else's resin in, they say that invalidates your warranty. To be honest, that's bullshit. Sorry,
Agreed.
yes, better.
You can cuss, I
Because
don't care.
the machine doesn't know if it's got water in it or whatever. Yeah,
Correct.
it's not gonna affect your laser.
Nope.
Okay, if it degasses a bit more, you might cloud up the mirrors. But it's like someone telling you to. You buy a car, but you've got to fill it with the fuel from that most expensive garage.
Yeah, you got to put in the premium air in the tires.
But that's why I think the industry has been held back so much.
Well, it's because
I
the
did- I did- yeah.
manufacturers, they don't make money on the machines. They make money on the materials, right? 3D Systems, Stratasys, all the big names. Their books even show it. They don't make money on machines. And if they do, it's not a lot. They make their money on service contracts and materials. And so by locking you into that DRM, that's where they make their money, right?
But you shoot yourself in the foot.
You do.
I really don't, and I see the smaller companies doing it.
Formlabs.
Pardon?
Formlabs.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they've started doing
They've
that.
got this. They have so many different materials, and all of a sudden, if you want to unlock it, it's like €5,000, and I'm like, why? If yeah, I understand people. In the end, most of the money does come from the materials.
Yep.
But my attitude towards all of this is, if you stay ahead of the competition by making something better, why don't they do that? If people spent the money on R&D instead of suing somebody,
God, we'd have so much better equipment.
Like, somebody comes out with a brand new machine and you go, right, fine, brilliant. And then you go, well, actually, here's ours. It's the next step ahead. Just that we have to keep evolving and changing. And that's, I did a post on LinkedIn about Bamboo Labs. In the end, the industry got caught with its pants down, basically.
And they deserved it, right? Bamboo came in and basically said, look, we don't want the Prusa Mark 3S plus XYZ whatever, because Prusa was just slowly, mildly, changing things. Creality wasn't doing shit because they were the low-cost provider. They were winning sales because they were cheaper, right? Bamboo said, well, wait a minute. We can see everyone that builds Voron seems to like them. We can take the technology from the Voron. We can take what Prusa does right. We can take what Creality does right. We can utilize our government-backed manufacturing, just superiority, call it what it is, and bring something to market that for the first time, outside of like even remotely industrial machines, a 3D printer could actually pass the spousal approval factor. The X1 Carbon looked good. It was something that I legitimately believe, and I'm going to paint with a broad brush here, but it's because 97.3% of our audience are males, that your girlfriend, wife, husband, whatever, that your significant other would say, yeah, no, this is fine. You can have this in the house. Versus a bed slinger, which They're
Yep.
not pretty.
Why do you think we had bamboo material sides on
Yeah.
ours?
Yeah, it needed to
Yes,
look
it's
good.
functional, but it needs to pass the spousal test. If it's another
That's the
black
other thing we need
box,
to
you
push,
ain't
though,
buying it.
We need to push, yeah, but then I know people that have actually got the machines, and then now, because of the wife needed something for and all of a sudden wants to need, then I actually like, hang on a minute, and they start doing stuff.
Yep.
Like my wife uses it all the time. Can you make me this to help me with this? Yeah, no problem. She's got the idea. I just make it. And I think, I sit on the advisory board for the women in 3D printing, and that's, see, I took some flack for that, because I actually had one guy at Rapid came up to me and he saw the advisor's badge and it was like, you've changed sides.
Whoa.
And I just looked at him and I said, that's the issue, there aren't any sides, mate.
Yeah.
And it's not about the women in 3D printing, it's about anybody that's different, basically.
I would have slapped the shit out of someone that said that to me. I mean,
I just looked at him and just went,
literally, they are the problem. If you're telling me that being on an advisory board for women in 3D printing means I've switched sides, screw you, dude.
For
you
me,
don't
that
understand.
It's
that
too
was a
common a
massive, that was a
problem.
massive honor, and that's because I'd worked with some of the people at AMUG.
So
one of the ladies from that works at Carbon, known them years, and I went to our college. There was more ladies on my course than there was men. So for me, I'm like, it doesn't matter, but yeah, I think that's the biggest thing I've seen is they've kept it like elite. I had a lady that came to me. She wanted some like stencils making for a flower show, and I'm like, okay. I said, to be honest, you should be laser cutting them out, or just get some woman vinyl stencils, stick them on, spray it, blah blah blah. And then she started talking to me, and I'm like, hang on a minute. She's talking about flowers to start off with, and then she said, oh well, she's actually said to me, she said, why hasn't everybody got these 3D printers? She said, I'll tell you why. She said, these big companies, they've kept it elitist.
Yep.
Right. And I'm talking, and she said, oh, and I designed something and I got the PCD wrong. And I thought, hang on, I'm talking to an engineer. This lady designed propulsion systems for submarines. That's what she used to do before she got retired. Right.
Yes.
And honestly, we were talking for like 2 hours. And I actually said to her, I said, would you mind coming on a podcast and doing a talk about what you just said? Because our industry needs to hear this.
Yeah.
It needs to know that Joe Public, that, you think this lady's flower arranging, but no, she designs propulsion systems for nuclear submarines. That's it. And that was really an eye-opener for me. And then it's right. I've been trying to, for years and years, I've been trying to get people to say, we need to stop going to, if you're going to sell machines, you need to stop going to additive manufacturing exhibitions.
I've been saying that ever since I did my first
the
one.
rap festivals, man. Like,
oh yeah, well then
it's not even that. Like, if you're an actual company listening now, what you need to do if you're in additive is go to every show that isn't additive. Yeah. Like, the best show we ever did was Advanced Engineering, and then immediately afterwards Autosport International at Farnborough. That was the best because it was full of rich people with companies making autosport parts, and not a single one has seen a 3D printer, and there's no other 3D printing companies there. You want to sell 3D printers? Go to race courses and be like, we can just fix your thing on the fly. Bring 5 machines, just do it. That's how you sell a service. That's how you sell equipment. It works.
And the reason that the people at the RepRap festivals, you talk to those people, right? They know how the machines work. I work with so many people where they basically, they work with the latest technology, but they just press a button.
Yep.
Right? If it goes wrong, there's a lot that still do, but I understand why a lot of them don't, because they're making parts.
Yep.
Yeah, I was luckily enough to that. Yeah. But when you go to the RepRap, every single person in there can actually solve the problem. And then, but then I have had people say, why do you go to that? You know, but it's not, there's no, to me, it doesn't matter whether it's a £500 printer or a £500,000 one. They're tools. You know, you to be able to go to AMUG, you're supposed to have an industrial. What's an industrial printer?
Yep.
You know, I don't. You probably saw that thing where I used a printer to save a horse's life, right? And that thing there is a part that saved a horse's life and was built on a £500 printer. So that is an application where that is a real industrial solution.
Yep.
I'm
the fact
so
that
glad
it
you
costs
said that.
£500 shouldn't matter.
It's not the price of the tool, it's the user who knows how to use it.
How to use it.
It's having an expert to use it. It's going back to the resin printers. When we started Construct 3D and we needed all of our resin parts made for the equipment, we had them manufactured on 2 photocentric Magnas. Big format, large industrial. They weren't UV printers. They were solid light printers, because they're definitely not the same thing. Just 5 nanometer difference in the light source. But other than that, like, we had 98 to 99% failure rate on all the parts we got made, because the tolerances were terrible. Because they were doing 150 micron layer heights, their pixel size, because it was only a 4K screen on a 28-inch like TV, the pixel size was huge. We couldn't get anything usable out of it, and the resin was just terrible. It was just terrible. So we ended up buying, and this is how my resin print farm started, a couple of Anycubic photon monos for £200 each. We put the exact same resin in. All we learned was we have to warm it up before they can actually cure. That's the big difference between the daylight resins and the non, is they have to be hot. And it printed fine. We ended up with a 2% failure rate instead of a 98% failure rate going to a £200 printer.
The only thing, one of the most impressive things I think with the photocentrics is when you see a big part print. I don't know about accuracy or nothing, right? But when I first saw it, it was like, you know what? I'm pretty impressed that you can actually build something that big and it hasn't fallen off the bed. You know,
I will admit that is quite impressive.
Just because of gravity. To see a massive part on one of those things is like, I never ever thought I'd see it that big, just because of the way that it prints. You know, like,
I would hate
can you imagine
to see their grinding tables for those beds to make sure they're actually flat, because they're huge beds and they're drilling holes into it, so there's going to be so much strain in those beds.
Yep.
So the next bit I've done then
is
like I've started doing. I started, like I said, the first time I worked with a school was when I put the industrial printer in there. And then what I've done now is I've started a 3D printing tool at the local school up here where I live. It took me 2 years to get in there because it's really difficult to do. But now it's in there. It's brilliant. And then, so this is how I teach. These are like 11-year-old kids. So they had an Ultimaker in there. So they come running in.
Oh,
like, what we printed today? And I'm like, you're not printing anything. Yep. And we had a chatter like this about all the different things about health and safety. Yeah. And then I'm showing them stuff online with all the metal 3D printers, you know, Jason Lopes building stuff in Hollywood. And it just makes kids realize that, whoa, you can do all this with it. So next week, I only get them for an hour. The week after they came in, what are we printing today? I said, you're not doing anything. And I said, I got the Ultimakers. And I messed up the bed. I went, what? And I said, there's a business card. Sort that out. They had to level the bed to get the gap right to the nozzle.
I love it.
Right. And then the teacher that's teaching said, I learned something today, because he didn't know how to do it. Right. But I made at the time, I think it was 20 odd kids had to sit there and do that. And I just messed it up every time, and they did it. And then now they know how to do it. They may not, with the bamboo lads, but I'm at some of the people I'm teaching, I said, you should still check the level of the machine.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
It's got an auto leveling system. I'm like, yeah, and if your machine is not level in the first place, it's auto leveling off the machine that's not level.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually go around and level it. I've looked at it. I went to a university that had bought one of the big, what was it, 800 by 800 Elegoo printers with the 4 platforms on it.
Oh, the
Yeah.
Giga. Yeah.
Gee, you tried leveling one of them.
They suck.
Nightmare.
There's about 16 screws in each platform.
It's one of the worst design machines I've seen in modern history.
So the thing is with them, though, is they either work amazingly well or they don't work at all. I've never seen one that just kind of works. They either are working
It's
great for
because
people or
they
they're
can't.
junk.
The way that they're made is so lazy. They can only be perfect or nothing.
They're made.
There
to
is
a
no
price.
middle ground because that's it. Like
Mhm.
every part on that machine is mismatched. There is not
Yeah, well,
one part on that machine that is designed for that size.
I was building a gearbox tunnel for an old car, and I wanted to build in one piece. So I gave a lecture there, and they said, "Oh, you can use this machine." So I went there, put it on, and I'm watching it. I'm like, it's sticking at that point, and it's just gapping in the middle. I'm like, when you put this in, I said, "Did you level it?" I went, "What?" I said, "Well, first of all, I said you should level the frame, right?" I said, "And then you need to level." And they hadn't done it. So you just pull it out of the box, put it together. So then I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, how many screws have you got to adjust with springs to actually get that level? And I brought in I bought for the bamboo ladders, I've got the little probe that I can touch it down. So we've actually made something that you can stick on that machine.
Yep.
And we went round and we got every single one of those beds to within, it was plus or minus 0.05 of a millimeter.
That's pretty
Well,
good.
brilliant.
50 micron.
But it took a day. Yeah, but that's only because I'm used to leveling industrial machines. Yeah,
That's a
you
lot
got to
of
level
work.
already. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, but now it works.
I mean, that's fair.
This is a great opportunity, though. Andrew, do you know how I build my machines?
No, go on.
We build them all on lab grade engineering granite slabs to make sure they're flat and square.
Yeah. If you don't start off with a square thing,
You
how are
don't
you
get
going
You
square.
can't guarantee it's going to be square somewhere else.
Gets worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then after that, like I said, I sat on I was sitting on the TCT advisory board when because I'd never heard of Sanjay and Mortimer. I did once it came out about the awards and stuff. I read up and I'm like, all right, okay. And they had the awards dinner where Zach, who introduced me to you, Grant.
Yep.
He won.
Yep.
Right. And this is where I say things happen for a reason. It's like fate. So again, I got diagnosed with having autism and ADHD like 3 years ago, which is the year that Zach won.
Yep.
So then I was sat there, and this young lad, he was 16, and there's like a room full of people in dicky bows and all that sort of stuff. And it got pretty emotional for me because I'd learned that some of the stuff I'd gone through was because of this. So as soon as his speech was amazing.
Yeah, it was.
And
He was very eloquent on that speech.
Oh, he's this. So then, as soon as it finished, I went over and met his mum and dad, and I said, "Look, that was amazing. If you need any help, just give me a shout because I've just been diagnosed the same thing." But I said, unfortunately, you got to be under 25 to apply for this because I can't.
You already had an AMUG Dino at that point, though.
Yeah. Look, you're 25 at heart. At least you got that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what the thing is. I think once you have the ability when you've got ADHD to actually, you can bring yourself to the level that you need to for the person you're talking to. I'll explain that one. So my brother's got a young lad who's got his like grandson has ADHD, and I went to the house and he sat there and he's playing on his games. And I started talking to him. My brother said, "You get no chance when he's on that game. He's no way at all he speaks to you when he's playing on that game." Within 5 minutes, he was sat on my knee, chatting to me. And my brother's like, "How did you do that?" I says, "Because I'm asking him what he's doing. I'm just saying, well, how did you do that?" And then he comes showing me. Right. And then I said, "Well, and he's going like this. And I said, what's the idea of the game?" And he's showing me. And he said, I said, "What's your favorite character in that game?" And it was a Mario character. So I opened the phone and I went, "You mean like that one there?" I said, and he went, "Yeah, why?" I said, "Do you want me to print you one?" And he went, "What?" I said, "I'll make you one out of white. We'll bring it down and you can paint it." And he was like, "You can do what?"
You just have to
And
meet people where they need to be met, man, and it
that's
works.
That's it. It is.
works.
It's really big. And that's why, like I think being involved with Smurf is really, I'm really enjoying it, because you're seeing people that have got these challenges, and the fact that what they're doing to help them is amazing, absolutely amazing. And then I became an official mentor after this year's meeting, and mainly because I was looking at did you see the 3D printer that was printing the tablets with the sugar with the medicine inside?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm looking at it, and the guy says to me, "Do you want me to explain what you're doing?" I said, "No." I said, "What you're doing?" I said, "You're building the next layer on the net as you go round." And he went, "All right." And he said, "Yeah." And then so I understood it. And as I stepped back, I nearly fell over a young lad in a wheelchair. So then I instantly sort of went down and started chatting to him. I said, "I've seen that. That's really cool." And then the next thing, his mum said, "Are you one of the mentors?" I said, "No." And then she came back the day after, said, "Would you mind doing it?" I said, "No, it'd be an honor." And if you can change, my attitude is like, if you go through life and you can actually change one person's life for the good because of what you're doing, then that's enough. I want to change more than one, and we need to get this industry out to more and more people. That's it.
So I actually want to bring in a special guest.
All right.
For this.
Oh.
Yeah, we have a fourth one joining us. I'll let him in here.
Have you arranged the 4 grid?
Crap, I haven't.
Do it live. Do it live.
What's up?
I go
Hey,
to
look,
the
me and
4
you were
grid, and it's just us. Okay, that's just my camera. I've got.
Ringo.
Yep, it's because I'm trying to. I don't have one that has all 4 of us in there.
Add the 2 new planes, just drag them in. They don't have to be accurate.
There's 2
Clone
black
our
boxes.
I know there are 2 black boxes.
Clone
I'm
our
working on it.
elements,
I'm working on it.
and then change the source.
I'm working
Hi,
on
That's all
it.
you
Andrew.
have to do.
How you
Yeah.
doing?
And
So we have
Yes.
David Tobin here. I'm gonna work on getting everybody on screen because that would have been smart, and well, clearly I don't do that. I'm sorry. But David wants to talk all about what's going on
we're gonna chat, yeah.
in the space. So right now you guys get David audio only, but I'm going to work
Oh,
on getting that fixed because that's
I
my
can
job.
see. Is that Chicago?
Chicago
is it?
Cubs. Yes, I'm wearing my
Oh,
Chicago
it's
Cubs
not
hat.
the actual. It's the book. I'm a big American football fan.
Oh, all right, Bears.
So, and then I go to
I figured it out.
customer.
I figured it out.
Nice.
I did have it set up
Yeah.
right. I did have
All
it
right,
set
there
up
we
right.
go.
All right,
Just
we're
getting
all
Are you
here
sure?
now. So
Are we? I see a black
Yay.
spot. I see. Oh, there's a delay.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a
there
delay.
it
There's a
is.
delay. So we were talking about accessibility and
Oh, great.
getting more people involved in this. But what we're seeing right now is that, well, there's an active effort to remove people from this. And Mr. Tobin, you are, in my opinion, the guy responsible for making sure that this doesn't happen, but the best possible person that we could have in
Shit.
the fight for this. So, we've got some big news in this fight for basically the right to 3D print at this point. But if you want to share an update on that, please, because I know the fight's
Sure.
not over.
No, there's no. Hi, by the way, for those of you. Hello, I'm back. Hello.
He's back.
Cheers. Yeah, sorry, just adjusting lights here. It's a bit of a cheeky stream today, so we'll have some fun with it.
That's how it goes.
Nice to meet you, Andrew. I'm David.
Nice to meet you too.
Hello, all the lovely viewers out there. Good to see all of you out there. If you have not liked the stream already, do so now, please. Like and subscribe. That way you can leave a nasty comment It'll be fun. It'll be hilarious. But yeah,
Yep.
subscribers
Leave
can leave
nasty comments. It's good engagement bait.
It is. It's good engagement. It's fun. It's, whatever. But yeah, definitely hit the like button. It costs you nothing. So I am, for those who don't know, I am the executive producer of the lovely show 3D Printing Nerd. I also run a nonprofit called the Community Manufacturing Initiative, and I have decided to take on this fight for our right to print, so to speak.
Gotta fight for
But
your
it's
right
more.
to print. I'm here for
We
it.
got to fight for your right to print. I will call up Mike D as soon as I get off the call. But that's like essentially it. Like it's this thing that I saw obviously happening in multiple states here in the United States. It's driven by, so just for everyone that's watching and wants to know exactly what's going on, there's a term called the tail wags the dog, and that's essentially that you create, oh, there's all these conspiracies and stuff, and it's like, well, no, not really. It's just the simple, but because of the simple stupidity thing, all these conspiracies can actually happen. And so this bill started out because a group called Everytown for Gun Safety put it out into the world. They have done other gun safety advocacy, all sorts of stuff like that. They've done good work, whatever. But they put this bill out there because it's a clickbait bill, because it's sexy and it's scary. And it's like a third rail of legislation because it talks about guns. And so, you don't want to ever be against anti-gun legislation because that'll that's bad optics. So that's why it's in the bill. But if you look at the actual context of what's written, the actual legalese of this, there's nothing in there about firearms. It's all about 3D printing and technology. And it miscategorizes the technology so badly that it violates the First Amendment on multiple levels for things like prior restraint and compelled speech. These are the core elements. That's why I'm working with the ACLU on the matter and multiple other organizations. It's that aspect of this. And this is the core element of it, where they have gaslit people about this. And that's what we're fighting on. A lot of people are like, oh, when we go through this process, so essentially no one was doing anything about this. This is how this all happened. Like no one was doing anything about it in California, no companies, no whatever. There's some people doing outreach here and there and popping up in Colorado. Like I heard people talking about people in Washington, reaching out. I know Protoposter reached out and wrote a letter. Joel reached out in Washington. Things like that were popping up, but there wasn't like any visible fight. And so I got in my car. The fight was here in Sacramento. I got in my car in Los Angeles. I drove 600 kilometers north and went to the Capitol. I was talking to organizations on the way up there saying, you have to let me talk. Don't let this be about guns. And so the California Handgun Association called me the night before and they're like, look, we're going to step down. You can take the lead on this. And I said, great. It's not a gun issue. And then I teamed up with them and the EFF, with the Electronic Frontiers Foundation. We testified in the assembly at that hearing, the first hearing about it. And I brought the XRP robotics kit and that eyeball from the Mayo Clinic. And, now we had it's so much fun. I bring it with me everywhere.
But it's so creepy.
It's so fun. It's really fun. The best thing to do, and I highly recommend it. I love pranking. I used to produce a TV show called Girls Behaving Badly. It was a female hidden camera show. Chelsea Handler came from that. And stuff like that. And so we did all sorts of pranks. But what's really fun with the eyeball is that when you're at a restaurant, if you've been eating for a while, they always come to check on your meal. And you put the eyeball somewhere in your meal. And it's all, if you look at my Instagram, there's definitely photos of it. And I freaked out a waiter once and they just lost it. I put it in the edamame and they were like, whoa. I was like, no, it's okay. It's okay. It was awesome. So anyway,
that's brilliant.
Yeah, but essentially we needed a face to this fight. We needed someone to get out there and kind of be like, hey, here's this, so we can kind of focus this energy from. And I was like, that just kind of happened by me being up there. But then I've been trying to disperse all of this elsewhere so we can tell a story, because we're doing this in hearings. This isn't a court case. This is not, we're not going back and forth. There's not evidence being submitted. There's reports and things you can upload to portals, but it's very different here in America. And I know every country has its own legislative process. I know in America, there are a lot of states that are part-time legislation. California's full-time legislation, and things like that. So they're always constantly going, but in other areas, there's not. And so it was like, okay, we only have these little increments to push our case and try to activate a national campaign. And that's what I'm doing, because also this is going to go global. I work with a lot of people at different levels, and there's definitely politicians in other countries that are looking at this going, oh, we could stop this too, because it makes them look good. They don't care that trying to make something impossible happen that is not a thing. Like it is completely impossible to do the thing they're asking for. And last week, the assembly member who wrote this bill admitted that it would not be accurate. She said this would not be accurate technology, thus ineffective. Also, she said it's already illegal to do the things that they're trying to make illegal. So at the core of it, they're just trying to win a bill based on name. And so last week, I had the CEO of Thangs and Shapeways, Marlene, come out to testify with me. And that way, now we could talk about this aspect of it because she brought a whole new dynamic to it. She talked about the fact that she is responsible for the IP of millions and millions of people. She is not going to let a third party come into her world to scan any of their stuff to see if it's approved or not.
Could you?
She's not going to do that.
I mean, just
no,
so
but that's what they want.
ridiculous. So ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's what they want. They want all sorts of stuff. And so she stood up for that. She stood up for all the makers, all the independent creators, all these surveillance aspects that they're putting into this stuff that they want to do because they don't know how the technology works. And then I did my bit. I brought up the evidence about what is working, what is not working. And then we got her to admit, because then that posed the question that got the other senator to ask her this question. And she was like, well, wait a minute. He brought up that everything's legal already or illegal. Like, what's going on here? And she was forced to answer, and the clip's amazing because she crashed and burned, but now we have that on record. And so we're building this up. So next week on Tuesday, I will be back at the Capitol with all of you, with everyone. Lewis will be back there. I'm actually testifying with the ACLU this time. They're coming up because this is the public safety hearing. So it's multiple people across multiple levels trying to tell a broad story. And we want everyone to watch, everyone to come, everyone to be a part of this. That's, if you're in the area, if you know someone in the area, show up. It's a public space and you get to say, I'm so-and-so, and I don't agree with this. I'm a student. I'm an engineer. I run this, and here's my voice, and then leave. And the next person comes up, and then you all get to come up after us and keep clogging the system. Even if you have friends in the area that are into 3D printing and just want to mess with this because they're trying to do surveillance technology, that's what we're doing. And then there's more to come after this. I already started working on the New York campaign to stop that there. I had some really good calls yesterday, and we'll get into that once we get through Sacramento. So that's what's going on. There's your update.
Andrew, can you imagine
That's a great update.
How efforts for the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation would change if all of a sudden people lose access to this technology? Schools wouldn't have access to this technology anymore. Like simply because the technology itself and what the law is trying to be passed in California right now is just functionally not possible. I mean, all of our efforts, and with David and Joel, 3D Printing Nerd, they've raised a ton of money. You've raised a ton of money. We've raised it. Everybody on this call's raised a ton of money for charity at this point, and it hurts my soul to believe that any of that could be wasteful here in the States because of lobbying that doesn't understand the technology.
I think it's not just about guns, is it? It's happened. I sit in steering committees for different universities, and then last year we discussed, should we teach AI to the students?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and I'm like, yeah. And you've got one person there, no, you shouldn't do that. And I said, look, there's nothing. You can't stop it. Like again. The first time that guns came out with 3D printing was when, what was it called? Is it called the Liberator?
Yes, sir.
The Liberator.
Yeah, and that particular time when that happened and the way it came out, I actually had to go at the guy. I'm like, you know what? You just damaged that industry. So I've been building missiles for years, but I don't tell people how to do it, and I don't put the files online. So it's got nothing to do with the technology. It's like the guns. It's to do with the people that are using them, right?
Yeah.
And you're always going to get someone that uses AI, whatever, for bad. It's our responsibility to actually teach people correctly. And we can only do it by, again, educating them.
It's like guns don't have malicious intent. How can you prove malicious intent with a 3D printer? It's an object. It's a tool. It's not the items themselves. It's entirely the person who's trying to use them for said goals.
Yep.
Yeah. And you can make a metal one on a lathe and a CNC machine. So
well, that's it. I mean,
as well.
Yeah, and so that's kind of what we've tried to do. Like we've made that case over and over again. Everyone in the industry has made that case, and now it's really well established. Now it's time to take the next level of it. Like what you're asking for, we've already told you is not possible because you can't have intent of a shape, right? And I was interviewed by Politico on Friday, and they asked me, we talked for like a half hour about this. And they kept saying, well, aren't you doing the same argument that gun owners have been doing forever? Aren't you just the same as them? And I'm like, I said, no. I said, here's the difference. The difference is a gun is designed to accelerate a projectile, and that is it. Can a gun be used to dig in the dirt? Yes. Can I use the butt of my, gun to hammer a nail? Yes. Have I done it? Yes. Should I? No, but I had to. I was camping and we had to make something, but whatever, it's like, that's what it is. It's a tool, right? It is an object that was used for this. Did I shoot the nail with my gun? No. I hammered it, and did that.
You
with
don't
it.
live in Florida, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. People would shoot the nail. Fair enough. All right. But that's
What, you're
but
telling me you don't have a
that later.
concrete pile gun?
yeah.
They're the most fun guns that I've
Okay.
ever used.
Yeah,
Mr.
exactly. A nail
Technical.
gun. So, but so there's that aspect of it, right? And we've talked about that. And then I said, no, I said a 3D printer's job is to make objects.
Yep.
Just like a sewing machine is to make objects with different things like that. They're like, well, it can make this. And then we walked through it. And what I think the most important thing is with any of this, because what we're trying to do is two things at the same time. We're trying to defeat a bill where it is completely highly politically organized. There's millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars behind this initiative and everything else like that. And it's just me launching this initiative with the help of everyone in the community and the companies that are getting on board. And it's amazing. But we're also at the exact same time educating the general population about 3D printing. Because the only reason all of this is happening is due to the lack of knowledge. Because if everyone understood what this technology was, if we had embraced technology more, we would understand that this is not a thing. Just why we allow cars on the streets, and people are like, oh, how come you're not killing people with cars left and right? Well, we all understand, we all know, we understand this technology, we can work together. Things like that. And so that's what we're also trying to do. And so a lot of this, I use this as an opportunity because let people come to their own conclusions. Like we all didn't know about 3D printing at one point, and it's about letting them get to the conclusion on the same time. So when I was talking to the reporter, we were going through it. She's like, I didn't know anything of 3D. She's played with it, but she's never designed and done it herself. She's been around the machines. Her friends do it. She doesn't own one, but we had a good basis for it. And then I asked her, I said, okay, she's like, well, can't you just block the part if it's a specific part that, and she's asking a very honest question. To us, it's a no. But imagine you don't know anything about this and really put yourself in the place of someone else that's trying to learn and give them an opportunity to have the knowledge. And she's like, can't you just block this part? And I said, well, what part? And she's like, well, like a part they say is bad. And I go, well, a trigger on my Nerf gun is the same on my garden hose, which is the same on my hairspray bottle, and is all these things, or the cylinder or whatever. And she's like, okay, what aren't there specific key parts? And I go, okay, hypothetically, if there was one part and it could only be doing this, I make that part on my machine. She's like, well, yeah, you're making that part. I go, what if I'm an artist and I want to take this very significant part and I want to print 1,000 of them and make a giant flower as an installation piece? Am I going to go to jail for making that part? And she was like, I never thought about that. And I said, okay, cool. I said, let's take it a little further. I said, what about other things like fall into that category? And I let her come up with the answer. I let her ask me. She said, well, what about this? And I didn't attack them and keep telling her this. And she really started to understand and come to the conclusion. And I think for all of us, as much of a pain in the ass this is a teaching moment, like the biggest teaching moment. It's like, hey, everyone's talking about this now. Let's bring them into our world. Let's let them understand. If they go, oh, can't you do this with that? Like every time someone comes to me, I'm at a party, an event or whatever, here, and they're like, oh, can't someone make a gun? Can't someone do that? And I go, sure, but did you see the prosthetics that were made for those dogs? Like, how adorable is that?
Yeah.
Wait, what? I have a two-legged or whatever. Oh, yeah, you could do this. Oh, do you see the lungs that they made that they're working on, the 3D printed lungs, or how they decelled a heart? They're able to do additive manufacturing at this level. Like, wait, what? Oh, yeah, well, aren't you worried about this?
They don't talk about the good stuff, do they? But I said that's what that is. That's actually a prosthetic for a young lad who's lost his arm, right?
Yeah.
And where the prosthetic sits on, it rubs his arm. So that's actually done. Brent Wright is always in. So that's a resin one, and you just like that's what you need. Like what's your hero arms, right? They got the price down of a prosthetic arm like to 15 grand from 50 odd for kids.
Yep,
amazing.
The kid that used to go into school and he didn't want to go because he's got no arm. Now he's the coolest guy in there because he's got a Spider-Man arm or a yeah. That's what we need to get through. Is it? Yeah.
And that's and I agree.
The majority of people will use it for the good.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It's amplifying the good and amplifying this other stuff. And I keep telling people that, we all have social media accounts, and it's great sharing my stuff. I do all this through Instagram is where I've kind of made that my home base, and I've been constantly updating, in real time there. And people are sharing what I'm doing, which is great. But all of us have a social media account, and our audience follows you. And this is also to everyone watching. Like, even if you have 5 followers, those 5 people are following you. They're not following you because you're an amazing curator of online content. I hate to break it to you. They're following you because they know you, 'cause they
What?
connect to you. I know. What? Shocker. You mean all the things I'm forwarding and reposting is not why I'm on planet Earth? My God, like it's that aspect of it, right? You know, and it's like we don't understand the social media world, and it's so much easier. And I've told people many times, like they'll repost someone like an actor, oh, you know, it's always good to work with educators, something like positive or whatever. I'm like, you know what? Not one of your followers cared about that. But if you said those exact same words and just pointed the camera at yourself, or even put text over your face smiling, they would all care. And that's the difference. And I think people need to understand social media a little bit differently because they're going to resonate with you sharing a message with them. And that's what we need to start doing with this too.
Did you get over to Filament this year, Grant?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you see? So one of the coolest things I saw, again, you know, people say, what's the best thing you've ever printed over 30 years? I said, that thing for that horse. And they're like, why? I said, because it saved its life, right? One of the things I saw at Filament was that on the Bamboo Labs stand, there was the designer in the wheelchair that's actually designed a wheelchair that people could print, and he's giving the file away for free.
Yeah, make good.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, and then when the child grows, you just print a bit bigger, and that's just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Talk about that.
Yeah. Well, how about the shoes? Like with Zellerfeld, they're you know, their shoes are 100% recyclable. So, you know, eventually shoe companies now that have that in place are going to be able to create recycling programs. So kids, you know, your kids' shoes keep growing. You have to buy new stuff all the time. No, buy one, get a subscription, and then just get recycled shoes.
Well, it's like the school I'm teaching at now. I've started a 3D printing club, and then a lady kept coming along, one of the technicians, and she said, on a Friday, I do this recycling group. And I said, all right. She said, well, you can recycle the bottles, can't you? And I said, yeah. So I've actually bought them one of the actual little. So the kids now are recycling. And I bought one of the cheap ones, and she said, oh, they have better ones. I said, well, that one there, you're going to try and use it. When it doesn't work, you tell me what the problems are. The kids at the other end are going to print the bits, make it better. We'll put them on a site where other schools can download them.
Yep.
And it, you know, that's why I want to teach these young kids, because they're the future, and they're going to go into schools and make a difference.
That's the best part, man. It's those young minds, man. It is amazing to see them light up from this tech, and these laws that could potentially limit that is just, it pains me. It pains me.
Well, it also affects right to repair, right? Like this is all about right to repair, because we need to let people know that they can do these things. And when they get the skills, they look at things differently. Just like, you know, I've been in, just so you know, Andrew, I've been in Hollywood a very long time. I've been producing TV shows for over 20 years. I used to run a famous music venue out here, and I've been involved in entertainment. And I always encourage people to, like, you know, oh man, I could never do that. I could never do that. And I'll be like, well, look at this person. They did it, and they came from the same place you did, or they look like you, or whatever. You know, we want to encourage people so they can see themselves in the solutions that they want to get to and their goals in life, like anything, you know, visualizing yourself. And I feel like that is the core of this, like giving kids the ability to visualize themselves as someone solving a problem, fixing a machine, understanding that the 3D printer is great. We can nerd out on it, but that's just a weapon in your pocket. That's just like having, you know, your caliper. You've got your 3D printer, like your mind. I want people to feel like they have the confidence to go in. They assess the situation. The kid's like, oh, I can fix that, Dad. Don't worry about it. Oh, you can't do the speaker. Well, actually, I can. And the kid knows in his head, you know what? I'm going to make that a TPU, and then I'm going to make something else with PLA. And then I have a friend with a CNC machine that can take that. And then they start understanding, because you can put this in your head. But if we don't educate them and give them these resources, that combination of data never takes place.
I'm teaching like a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old, a little girl, and she's been using a 3D printing pen.
Yep.
Right.
Oh yeah, yeah. 3D doodler.
The stuff that she's done with that, she's actually done me. I like giraffes, and I've got it in my bathroom. And then the elder lad, he was like not as into it. And then all of a sudden, I've showed him how to use CAD.
Ah.
Right. And now, I actually give him a project. I said, go ahead, design that for your dog, blah, blah, blah. Next minute, he's on the phone all the time. He's sending me the files, using his mum's account to send me stuff, and she's apologizing. I said, don't apologize. I said, that's what he's supposed to be doing. Right?
Yeah.
He's actually started thinking, man, I can do this with it. And he's asking questions. Can I do that? I said, well, let's have a go.
The worst that's going to happen is it doesn't work.
We've just got to, and that's the other thing, you know, her mum said to me the other day, the printer's broken. I said, well, the filament's stuck inside. She's really worried. I said, not a problem. I said, the good thing about kids is they're not scared of. I actually said to them, "There's a printer. If you break it, it doesn't matter because I'll show you how to fix it. Because if we don't, they're not gonna know, are they?"
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
So
yeah.
then I actually go down and I don't do it. I actually tell them what to do. Right, and I go make sure the temperature's down first. Right now, take that off, and I let them do it. So the next time it happens,
They
they
know
might
what
have
to do.
once or twice, but all of a sudden, it clicks.
Yeah.
But yeah, but this is where we need the massive companies to actually start teaching kids.
Yes.
We're doing it off our own bat, right? And I remember I put a printer into is an adult autistic center, and I got one off a small company. They actually looked into it, sent me one. I don't know if any of the bigger companies have ever done anything like that.
No, there will
Absolutely not.
there's going to be some bigger 3D printing companies making some announcements in the next 2 weeks. Over the next 2 weeks, I've been working very diligently with all of them. Well, not all of them, I would say a lot of them. And some have straight up opted they cannot participate. Other ones have said that, they're reviewing it through legal. I mean, I've been talking to everyone, not just in 3D printing companies. I've been talking to SpaceX. I've been talking to Google. I've been talking to Meta. I've been talking to medical facilities, like giant ones, like, Kaiser Permanente, the biggest provider of medical in the state of California. Like, I'm hitting everybody up about this stuff to get involved and start voicing what's going on, because so many people do not want to touch this because it has that 3-letter word in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah,
and it's
the ironic bit though is it's an American invention.
No kidding. I know, and I actually, that's a whole nother thing. But
I always love going back to the fact that when the UK went really strict on firearms, some absolute mad lad designed the Looty, which was go to a hardware store with some square tubes, some springs, all plumbing equipment, and made a submachine gun to prove how stupid certain laws are.
Yeah.
Like, a printer is not going to make a gun.
No.
You can technically, but going to the hardware store is easier. Like, you need metal.
Jacob, bro, how much time have you spent in America? How much have you spent in America?
Too much compared to what I want.
Seriously, like years.
But no, not that much. I've spent maybe 5 months.
It's much easier to just buy one here. Like, you don't have to. You could just go to Walmart and buy one for a couple bucks and be ready to go. Like, you don't have, or go to a gun show. They have them all the time. It's like a pop-up fair here. It's like
the only thing that surprised me about America is there isn't disposable guns yet. Come on, I want those little plastic pull tabs to make the firing pin work.
Well, that's the no zip guns here, but no. But that's the thing about it. Like, I jest about this, about firearms and things like that. Like, I have 2 and it's fine. And you know what? It's legal. And you know what? I would love to try to make like a cool James Bond weird one, like the Man from the Golden Gun. Like, I've always thought that would be kind of cool, sick. Or something like that. Or no, Goldfinger. Sorry, Goldfinger. Or is it the Man with the Golden Gun? Man with the Golden Gun. Golden Gun. Thank you. Yeah. I actually made a 3D printed version of it for a James Bond party I went to. And I made Spectre rings for everyone as well. They came out so good. Actually, I might have one. But the whole aspect.
The coolest thing you can do when you're going to be James Bond is learn to tie a bow tie properly. Instead of having a clip on one.
Dude, they're so hard to tie, though.
I know, and then you just go like that, and then I did it. It took me ages.
Oh yeah, but
I have to watch a YouTube video back to front in a minute so I could actually learn how to do it. But then at the end of the evening, you just go like that, and everybody else, that's a real one. There you go.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I forgot what I was talking about this with the James Bond stuff, but anyway.
You were getting
yeah. You can buy guns here, and it's not about that. Like, it's about that aspect of like the people that fetishize anything and make something crazier and be fanatical about it. It takes away from that because there's so many people that aren't like that, and that's okay. And like, I'm not saying we should take away anything. I'm not saying we should limit anything. Like, this is not a gun bill. If this was a gun bill, I would not have asked the California Handgun Association and NRA to step down. I would not have asked all the gun publications to shift from amplifying what we're doing to do this because they are all amplifying the messages. They're working with all their groups. I'm still working with all of them, but we all got together and looked at the core of this bill and said, this is a gaslighting bill. This is not a gun bill. This is not that at all. This affects 0 firearms that are on planet Earth right now. That's how much of not a gun bill this is. And it also, I hate bullies in general, like most of you, but they're bullying gun owners, and that's not okay. Like, I don't care who you're at, but they're trying to say gun owners are this, gunners, and they keep bringing it up. And it's like, they're not even arguing with you about this. They're amplifying our message. We're the ones arguing, and we're trying to change that narrative and take away that gun poison pill. Because if enough of us can scream and say, this is not a gun bill, you silly people.
Silly people.
Working on that's right. Yeah, you silly people.
Yeah.
It is not a gun bill. Then what we do is we change the narrative on this, and then it makes it easier for politicians to vote against this, because essentially it's what we have to do. If you think about this objectively, like let's think about this very Game of Thrones style. Well, no, that's the wrong one because that's more violent. But, you know, some very political aspect of this, like, you know, whatever, if we're any kind of politics, like they're an elected official. It's their optics they care about. They already know that the bill is breaking the First Amendment. They know that the technology is not possible. They know there's already things in place. This is information they all have. I've had meetings with them. They understand. They are not supporting this. Politicians are not supporting our effort because it would look like they are going anti-gun legislation. That's what they're banking on. That's why it started in blue states. Everyone's like, oh, California, those libtards. It's like, that's not how this goes. Please listen to us and stop the conspiracy stuff.
It's Bloomberg.
They focus on blue. Yeah. Well, he did give it over almost close to $100 million to the organization now. So that is a whole nother ball of wax that Lewis is diving into.
Yep.
But it starts with blue because it's easier to get it passed in blue. Then they take that momentum to purple states, and then they go to red states. And then by then it becomes a federal. And that's the goal of this. There's a plan behind it. It's not silly Californians. It's manipulation through trying to get something done. Remember, these people, it's their job to win. It is their job to pass bills. It is their job to amplify stuff like this. So that's who you're going against. You're going against someone who's trying to fight against you, not with logic, but with influence. And that's where we're shifting now. And that's why we want to call all these politicians and let them know it's not a gun bill. We're not arguing anymore about intent of a shape. We've made that case. That is now out in the world. Everyone understands that. We put that evidence forward so you can take that asset and go with it. That's why 3D Printing Nerd put out that video, why we just made that. Our job is to give you weapons so you can take on the fight, because I can't be everywhere. Grant can't be everywhere. Andrew can't. Jacob can't. We all have to do this independently in our own groups and educate people. So that's why we're trying to create all these resources here for you to get out there in the world. That's why we have the website. That's why we have our Instagrams and stuff. So you have more power when you go into your arguments and when you go into your schools and your programs. You can use us as a resource. And we're trying to create something, because every town has created all this cockamamie studies and that we have to fight against. Do you know they did a study that they're using as the core of their case? It is, I'm a nerd. I love math. I used to hate it. I love it. It solves all of my solutions in life now. It takes all the drama. They said this is an epidemic across the United States that's gone up 1,000%, and they have to stop it right now. 1,000%. 1 to 10 is 1,000%. So let's go with that frame of reference. In their study that every town did, their own study, it says there were 30 3D printed items found at the scene of a crime in 1 year. 30 in these couple towns that they selected. Items. Then at the end of the study, a year or so later, there were 300 and some odd items found at the scene of a crime. Technically, if you're doing a multicolor print with bamboo and it's spitting out all the bamboo poop, all of those could be considered a 3D printed item that would be found at the scene of a crime and considered potential contraband if they misunderstood it. Like, there was an article in the UK that came out just last week or whatever, where these cops busted someone and they showed the photos of it, and it was a spool holder. It was the spool holder they arrested him for. Like, that is crazy, but that's where we're at, and that's what we're dealing with.
So
They actually have had one. They have had one guy in the UK that actually went to prison for it, but actually he was doing what he shouldn't do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever
but
said,
that's not the printing.
no,
That's not the printer. That's the actual guy.
sure. Whoever said it is Maker's Corner, it's easier to manipulate blue states than red, that's not true at all. If you look, Mississippi has the worst legislation and healthcare and everything going on, and they continually support it. Look at what Ohio is trying to take the right for women to vote away from them. In Ohio, just so you know, Texas has taken away more rights, and so is Oklahoma. Texas is forcing people to use the Bible as required reading along with Charlotte's Web. That's not real. Like, that's crazy. So come at me with the blue state logic, and we'll go from there. But that's not what this is about. And that's what they want us to fight about. They want us to have these fights. They want us to get like that instead of working together. Right, Jacob? Or Grant?
Yep.
Yeah. This is all about the community.
Like, everyone has to band together for this. This is a community effort. It's a community problem. And we can't let external just people come in, hype everything up with a title that isn't even relevant to what they're doing, just to try and get it through to being passed as a bill.
That's the biggest pain in the butt of this industry, hype. Right?
So much.
Like what are you going to do with Lego?
Yeah.
You know.
Don't you go after Lego. They're untouchable, damn it.
Like, yeah, but it's just, it's like they're more interested in what I find. I don't particularly like politicians anyway, right?
Exactly.
That's true.
It's like dealing with a sales guy. They just tell you whatever they want to tell you so that you'll actually get your vote. And I'm like, you know what? You're not worth it.
Exactly.
They should actually, like I said, just, they're doing it because they're looking after their own job.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, that's what, I mean, if we look at this, and I appreciate you letting me on here. I do have to bounce because I have a lot to prep for the trip. I'm flying out tomorrow to Sacramento, meeting up with everyone up there. And we've got Lewis coming up there. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. I've got a little surprise for the hearing. I can't wait.
I'm so excited. I don't know what it is.
Me too.
But knowing you, it's good.
It's just.
Is it an
eyeball
in someone's coffee cup?
No, I'm not bringing. I'm not doing a speech. I'm not doing a speech or anything this time. I'm not bringing anything with me this time. It's a very different vibe, and that's going to be the surprise. So part of it is like, exactly. It's not red versus blue. It's this or whatever. I mean, if we look at this group came through and every town has got this bill and got everyone fired up. And everyone's thinking, oh, it's AI companies behind it. Oh, it's this person behind it. It's whatever. It's them. They are just that dumb and bad. And they did this thing. And some people are just dumb and bad. It's Occam's razor, baby. Sometimes the simplest answer, right? So it's that aspect of it. But what it is doing is it is allowing other things to happen. It is, the tail wagging the dog. It is this aspect of now AI companies could look at this and say, we have a solution. Other companies could say, we have a solution, and all this other stuff. And these big giant companies can get involved. And people could say, wow, we can stop right to repair because you know what? If people can't 3D print stuff, then they can't fix this and whatever. And that may not be the intent of every town to stop right to repair, but their ineptitude in creating this has allowed all these other things to start to happen, these other conversations about killing right to repair, killing these other things, allowing surveillance and allowing all of that. So that's why it is so important for us to work together and realize, like, yes, I'm a registered Democrat, but I totally vote against Democrats all the time because they do dumb shit. And same things, I'll support other people that do good things. I'm working with the most conservative groups in Sacramento right now and the most liberal, and we're on the same page. I'm working with the Republican leadership and the ACLU.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're working with like NRA people and the ACLU. You couldn't
on the
be
same
farther apart on the political spectrum.
And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring everyone together in here.
I love it.
And it's that aspect of it because it's like whatever our other fights may be, we can team up. And oddly enough, I'm also working with a lot of companies too. West 3D has been helping me a lot. Prusha has been very involved behind the scenes. Just so you know, in supporting me, I am taking this and now I'm kind of breaking up projects for other people to kind of help derive and do more with. So there is effort going on with other people too, but it's going to be a lot of work. And if we all just work together and keep the narrative the same, support other people, don't get in this BS about what's, whose conspiracy. And actually the team from producers that keeps calling it, they said it's like Game of Thrones. They're like, we all have to work together to kill the White Walkers. And they're like, after that, we could figure out what's going on. And they're like, we hope you're ready, Jon Snow. And I'm like, dear God, I have more personality than that guy. Do not call me him. Like, come on. But but that's true. Like everyone's teaming up. Like there's people at companies that have, there's a lot of stuff going on I'm not going to go into because they've asked me to keep stuff quiet, but there's a lot of companies that you may not see doing stuff objectively big because they're restricted in other aspects. And we're talking about all companies in different ranges. Everyone's got different things. They're doing things behind the scenes. They're working with people they know. They're amplifying other areas. They're getting resources to other people because this isn't going to be a long-term event, and they're working on building more support for us as it grows. So as this goes to different states and other areas, we have more ways to amplify the message and keep education going and keep people learning and participating with this, because this is the first time we've had the chance to make a giant teaching moment out of 3D printing. Like, you know, and they messed with the wrong nerds, I think. Like, they don't understand. Like, we have YouTube power. We have influencers that are all over out there. It's not just whatever. And we have attention. We're connected to spaces. And it's going to keep going. We're not just going to go away. And also there's some YouTubers who thrive on this stuff, and they're just going to keep going because that's their whole identity, and it's wonderful. Yep. So it's like all these different verticals are getting activated, and we just need to keep going, because at some point, like, I mean, a lot of you out there watching, and I'll wrap this up, and you know, I'd love to, you know, Andrew, Jacob, and Grant to talk about this too. Like, we've all seen 3D printing that's public, and we know what's going on. And then in our own individual ways, I'm sure you, like me, have access to a lot of stuff that's not public and won't be for many years, and things that have never happened, and it would blow people's minds. Like, the people that are writing these laws, the people who are worried about this, if they saw what I've seen is coming down the line and what's next in tech all around, this would not even be a concern.
Well, if they understood it, flock wouldn't be a thing, but I digress.
Well, yeah, if they understood it, we'd be in a better place and we wouldn't be here. And I think I like to say that, like, we all knew technology was going to get here and better. We've seen where it can go. Part of that agreement was having people in charge that were better at administrating it and allowing us to thrive. And we didn't come through on that agreement. We lagged. We didn't vote. We didn't get out and do it. And I mean, so many people watching now, I know you didn't vote, and it's okay. You didn't, and that's not your thing. But if you did, things would change, because voting does matter. They try to make you think it doesn't. They try to make me think going to the Capitol wouldn't do anything. We've had the bill amended twice and there's no teeth in it anymore. And we've got a national fight now. Like, so many people try to keep you down because it's easier for them to win. But the tools are there. It really works. I mean, look what happened in New York. Follow what's going on with, you know, Madami in New York and actually getting stuff done. You can do things, and we can do that too here, and amplify people. And that's it. That's my speech. That's my whatever. But I'd love to know what you guys think about this, like going forward, not just this fight, but education and the way technology is going and how we, you know, deal with that.
Again, I've done everything. I started in 2012 when I put the first one in the school, because I'm like, you've got to. You know, like, there's another. So BAE, who make the Eurofighter, they gave 50 printers to the local area, right? And I went into schools and we installed them and we trained the kids. They did it because they are the potential apprentices at their company. So if they go in already knowing about what to do with it and how to do it, it makes their life easier. And that's what you should be doing. Educate people properly. Yeah, and then it will fly, but there's still not enough people know about it.
Yep.
You know, I've been trying for 30 years. That's why all this has gone. See, I'm pulling it out.
Look, I was fed one of my older videos from a few years back. I'm like, oh, I have lost some hairline. Oh no.
Well, actually, when I saw your profile pic, I thought you were an Aussie. You know, with the mullet.
So I grew that out and we shaved it for the SMF.
Yeah, that's right.
Almost 4 years of no haircuts at all, which was absolutely a mistake. I don't think I'll be doing that again. But
oh, come on, you got to do it again. I'll give you actual hair care advice.
Jacob, my Cuban mother has already threatened to knock me out and then shave my head. I would like to remind you that she is Cuban and she's not joking.
I don't see that as a problem. I see that as great content.
Yeah.
Me and your mother is already the start of a good content.
Jesus Christ.
If you do that, you have to have a variety of hair pieces ready to wear afterward, like 3D printed fake hair. Like,
that would be so great, though.
What's his name? Yeah, there's a guy online that does that, isn't he? He's got a fake
I saw
hair.
that.
I'm not being funny. I wouldn't want to put a resin. I would not put a resin one on my head.
No chance. No chance on the resin. But FDM, I mean, maybe. I do actually need a haircut anyways, but
Yeah.
yeah, David, good luck with everything. Seriously,
Thanks.
you for jumping in. I
Sure.
will post the Luma link one more time. If you are anywhere near the Sacramento area or have the means to get there or know people there, please share it wide and let people know. Again, this isn't a red versus blue. This isn't a gun thing.
Yeah.
It is about the control of what you
Yep.
can and can't do with your equipment, and that directly impacts our ability as a community to be better. Just like we're going to be answering the call
Yeah.
for Venezuela, what if all of a sudden that became something that we couldn't print? That's a problem. We want to be out there. We want to help the right people, and they're just
Yeah.
packaging it in something that is objectively easier to get by in states like California, and people like David are making sure that they have the fight of their lives against it, and we couldn't be happier to have you as the spokesperson behind it.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. It's super fun to do this with all of you. I mean, everyone that's messaging me, like I'm reading all your messages. I'm getting back to you as soon as I can. I think this is really good, and I think it's a great platform to start. I mean, this is going to be fun because we get to educate people and we get to teach, and it's global. And if anyone wants to come to the link, like also if you register for the event, I'm going to send out a notification right before our bill is called, because we don't know when it's going to be called. Also, something I forgot to mention, the hearing starts at 8:30 in the morning Pacific Standard Time. It goes all the way to the end of the day if it has to, because it's the last one before the break. There's a lot of bills, but I don't think it's as big as I thought it was going to be. And it could happen anytime throughout the day. Most likely it should happen in the first part of the day, we're thinking, but if it doesn't, anyone that's registered, I'm going to send out a thing. You'll get like an email or a text saying, hey, we're going live. So that you can just hop onto Louis Rossman's feed or the California State feed and see what's going on. And any other YouTubers that are, some people are going to be watching as well, I think, and commenting and all that stuff. So just keep an eye out for it. And then I'll see you guys soon. And Andrew, you will be at Smurf, right? You'll be in Manchester?
Yep.
Awesome.
To be honest, that's the main reason I've actually got my T-shirt.
Yeah.
Hey.
I'm jumping out of a plane on, it's last minute, but I'm doing it 4th of July, which is good.
Oh,
To try and raise as much money as we can to get more neurodiverse kids involved in this.
really? With a 3D printed parachute?
Yeah.
David's like, and the rest of us are like, no.
Don't give him
like
ideas.
I said to you, I am making. We are. I've actually 3D printing a device for the altimeters for the skydiving.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
So basically, I did it last year, and then it got rained off, and they said, "What do you do?" And I told them, and it goes, "Can you do this?" So we've actually designed a cover for their altimeter.
All right.
That they're actually making.
I love it.
So
Okay. Yeah, and anyone that's in Sacramento, I saw you can't make it. I appreciate that. If you have friends in the area that just want to come gum up the works with it, and more people saying it, like let everyone know. Let them know if they want to cause some good trouble. This is it. We're gonna have some good trouble on Tuesday. And
Absolutely.
Andrew,
Amazing.
I can't wait to see it. That's awesome. I'll see you guys in Manchester, obviously, and at Printopia before that.
Absolutely.
So.
See you, David.
Good stuff.
Okay.
Thank you again. Cheers,
See you
everyone.
then.
Yeah, man.
Bye.
Cheers. I love David. David's great.
And yes, so
I
Andrew,
couldn't believe that when I heard that thing that came out first. I'm like, that means you'd have to stop even making things by hand. It's crazy.
and I'm so glad that like David's involved in this, and like he lives reasonably close. He's well spoken. He's close to an expert, right, as we can get, who is also so incredibly charismatic. He's well connected in the industry. He's got, it's just, I legitimately don't know that we could have found somebody better. And it's not like there was anybody ever looking. He just stood up and said, I don't like this, and I'm going to do something about it. And everyone else was like, yeah, actually, he's the right guy to be in the forefront, because otherwise
David's
it would have been
wordsmithing is fantastic.
and it would have been like the NRA versus the California government, and love it or hate it, that's not a good fight to be. Tobin is actually going to present it from an education standpoint, from a, shapes and all of that standpoint, which I think is so exceedingly valuable.
So 3D systems, when they first set up, was in Valencia, California. So that's where the thing was invented.
Just crazy. And,
Crazy.
you've been given the Distinguished Innovator Operators Award, a Dino Award from AMUG 10 years ago, which is incredible.
Yeah.
2016.
Yeah. Actually, I actually have. Do you want? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
He's got the
let's
ink.
go.
No, so in the end, it's like I saw it as when you get it, it's a bit of a shock because you don't know you're getting it, and there's like hundreds of people there, and I just thought it's like when people go to the Olympics, they have like the tattoo of the rings, don't they? So I just thought, you know what, it's something that's special to me, so I just had it done. Being called a mug in the UK means something a bit different.
It's fair.
Yeah,
That's
you
fair.
are literally a mug.
Yeah, a mug. Yeah. So, but it's I think the industry's really got to change. You look at the exhibitions. Like I went to TCT, and that's not happening next year in the UK.
Really?
But TCT,
Yeah,
TCT
so
is dead.
Wow.
TCT is dead.
Yeah, but
It's
if you
not
look
worth
at
it.
if you look at all the, well, I think Rapid was quieter.
Yeah, it
Rapid
was.
was very quiet. I was there this year.
quieter. AMUG's quieter, and it's just like, yeah, we need this younger blood. Like I said, stop the alcohol at AMUG, get the younger kids in that have got the really cool ideas.
But like,
Simple.
I'm glad that, it's a lot of the dinos, they've done great work, but you said I can do better. So you're a mentor with the SMF. You've worked with Zach for many years. That is how you and I met in person was through Zach, and your continued work, and you're literally gonna jump out of a friggin' plane for this. And I pasted the PayPal link in the chat. It's also in the description. If you guys donate, all that money goes
Everyone,
directly to the SMF.
Yeah. The other good thing is I'm paying to do the jump. That's my money, right? And also speaking to Tula, she recommended using PayPal because they don't take any cut out of what you donate.
Yep, because
Right,
it's a
because
registered charity.
it's
They
all
don't
going-
lose the tax.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's like I said, it was last minute, but you can put money into the 18th,
Yes.
and that's the limitation. That's the limitation with PayPal. That's why they do it for free, because you can do it over just a short time. But to be honest, I'm actually mentoring now, like 4 young students that are brilliant. Like you said, we got one of them. He got a cruiser that he's got to put together. I'm actually going down to see him next week to help him finish it, and then he's already talking to me about, right, I want to be doing this. How do I do this? And one wants to be a nuclear scientist, and he's just like. So we're giving these children the opportunity. A lot of them have been kicked out of school because the school don't know what to do with them.
Mm-hmm.
How did and then the parents, how do they deal with that? And this is actually really, really helping them. And then me now, one of the things I actually thought about when I was diagnosed was, do I tell people? And I'm like, you know what, I'm old enough now when I'm like, here's what it is, and my attitude was, if I can help other people, younger people, talk about it more. You can only solve problems by talking about it.
Well,
and it's not a problem anyway. It's not a problem anyway. The biggest problem is actually people understanding us, I suppose.
I didn't get diagnosed until I was in my 30s. So I understand as well, and I'm like, this explains a lot. And I am putting my money where my mouth is. We just donated £100 to the jump. Please, anyone, if you have the ability, you have the financial means to, please donate toward it.
One of the things I said last time, I've got I've just posted, I didn't do it. I've got a Facebook group of 40,000 people. If you get a dollar off each person, that's 40 grand.
That was one of my most successful campaigns for this, was the Kick-a-Buck program, where if everyone that you knew and everyone that they knew gave $1, we could change the world. And yes, that is a bit of a pyramid scheme, but it was for 501c3 work and everything like that. So, I think it's important. Jacob, I'm told that you have to go though, right?
Yes, I have a lovely 6-year-old to look after.
That's
it's
fine.
Her bedtime now, so I've got to go put her to bed.
If you have a few more minutes, Andrew, I'd like to continue with you if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, awesome.
I'll see you in Manchester.
I'm gonna head off. I'll see you in Manchester, and I will
Definitely.
leave you on this lovely thing of, unlike you two, who were diagnosed quite late in life, I was diagnosed so early. The NHS don't have any records of it because it's all on paper, and they never digitized it. So now I'm having to go through years of medical documents to try and find it so I can finally get medicated. Fun. Anyway, I'm now going to go and look after my 6-year-old, who is almost entirely on the spectrum as well. So I love you both. I will see you both at
Yeah, see you
Smurf.
soon.
See you,
And
dude.
for Grant, it'll be next week.
Alright.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Cheers.
All right, now I have to get rid of Jacob's tag because you're not Jacob on the 2-person one. But yes, it you know, it is incredible to me the work that you are doing here with the SMF, and just like you are. Oh God, what just happened?
Don't know. You can see things at your end that I can't see. Them.
Yeah, I can. Your entire image just went away. I don't understand why that happened. I will figure this out. Once again, everything got
but
messed
a
up
lot of
on
people
my
will probably
end.
be happy that they don't have to look at it.
There, I figured
I
it
can
out
do that
again.
one.
I don't know why that happened, but it happened.
No, I think well, one of the things that you realize about, I've always cared about everything and everybody, and then you realize that that's a trait of being autistic.
Yes.
Yeah. And it explains lots. Maybe we should have more autistic people that cared about everybody. Then the world would be a nicer place. But there you go.
I think that we should, or at least have a better understanding of what mental health looks like as a community, because I would argue that the vast majority of people in this industry are at some level neurodiverse, and whether they know it or they don't is a big thing. Like, I always knew not everything was 100% right up there, right? I knew something was off. Like, I excelled in certain areas, but I struggle to read. I'm not very good at reading, and because of that, I don't like reading. But now that I've kind of understood that about me, I can learn how to deal with it. I just thought I sucked at reading. Turns out I'm neurodiverse.
Yeah, I think one of the hardest bits to deal with is actually when you find out late is, there's lots of what ifs.
Yes,
right.
So many.
But then the other side of it is, I've sat around the table. I went to an awards dinner for motorsport in Cologne, and we've sat around the table and we were having a discussion like the car designers, and we were talking about a problem, and then we didn't come up with a solution, so they changed the subject. So I'm still in the next subject, and then all of a sudden I just goes, hang on a minute. I said, that thing we were talking about before, you can do it this way. And they just looked at me and like, how the hell did you do that? And that's because you're still working on the other things while you're, and that's an ability that being neurodiverse gives you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you're totally thinking different ways. I can go backwards, forwards, underground, as long as I get where I'm going, which is what we said earlier. The end result is what's important. How you get there doesn't matter.
It's true.
I never give up.
It's true. Yeah, it is complicated for others, I guess, to understand that or to see that, because if you don't understand and you don't feel it that same way, it doesn't hit, right?
No, yeah,
especially with kids, because like when you're younger, it's like, oh, he's just a slow learner, or no, he's hyper, he doesn't pay attention, whatever. No, it's not always that. It's not always that.
No, I've actually trained quite a few service machines as well, the industrial machines, and I've trained a couple of neurodiverse sort of 20-odd-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable, because he actually just wrote everything down, followed it. I messed the machine up, and normally it takes a normal person, as I could say, like an hour, maybe longer. 15 minutes. And I went and had a look at it. I'm like, that's as good as I can do it. And it's because they followed the rules. And also, it's like, that's one of the things I read on an airplane going to Finland one day. There's a guy that had an autistic son, and he wasn't sure he could find a job. He actually set a business up where they employed neurodiverse people. You know, if you want something, a simple example, my eldest son comes into work and he's got to do the stock take. Boring. Takes him a week. My autistic son comes in, done in a day. Because it's sorting things out, it's organizing stuff. And that's all you've got to do is find that, again, that's what we're saying about talking to people, is finding that level, finding out what they're interested in. My son there, he came in one day and he's got a 25-minute stop motion animation movie that he'd made when he was 9. And I'm like, how did you do that? You know, and again, it's just finding that. They've all got hidden talents. And also, if you read, there's a couple of books out there that it could just be evolution.
And Zach is in the chat. He said, "Hey guys, sorry I couldn't be here earlier. Definitely going to watch it back. The signal out here at the track in Poland is shocking. Great to see this manage to happen." So I'd like to point out, we started working with Zach when he was like 14
16.
or 15. You started with him at 16, I think.
16. He was 16.
Okay.
When he won the award, it was 16. I've been working with a guy in Australia who was like 14, and he designs Formula 1 cars, and it's just like
Zach's dream was to like do F1, like work for an F1 team, and you know,
just try it.
We're like, he's like, it's not gonna happen. It's like, no, it will happen. You can do this. The guy works for an F1 team now. Like, he's living the dream that I want so bad. Like, bro, he's traveling the world with some of the world's greatest engineers, with the world's fastest cars, doing the world's craziest things. And 10 years ago, he didn't think he was going to be there. And that is just like...
When he was 10, he made his own machine, didn't he?
Yeah, this kid is exceedingly brilliant. And there are some socioeconomical issues that got in the way a little bit, as it can be for a lot of us. But the other challenge was that the people around him, the teachers, the students, they didn't understand. Right. And that is like everybody who is watching this or listening to this or whatever, you can likely point back to a teacher that either woefully pissed you off or inspired you. I know both of those still over 10 oh my god, it's over 18 years later. I still remember their names. John Winchester is the reason that I'm here today. He inspired me, my brother, and many others to think outside of the box and say, you're gonna pass your standardized testing. I don't care about that. I want you to be excited and be involved in the things that you love.
Yep.
And it's because of that like I got into the industry and the technology and everything. And if it wasn't for people like him, I don't know if we would be here today.
Yeah, I know.
And it's funny, my brother remembers the person that we don't like either. But yeah, it's crazy to me.
When I was in school, because I was terrible at English. Well, I wasn't terrible at English. I was okay at English. I couldn't spell. Right, and that's right. And now I'm a lot better because you're doing so many emails. And this lady said to me, she was a headmistress, and she said, "You won't get anywhere. You won't get into university." You know, and then I went, I don't care. I said, I've got a position in an art college. And then I ended up getting into university at art. Then I've owned like 5 different companies. And then there's a teacher that's a friend on Facebook now. And I said, I'd love to meet her. Well, she's probably not around now, but I'd love to meet her and go, that's rubbish. When I'm training these young kids now, I have to say to them, the only person that can stop you doing what you want to do is you. And I said, if you've got a passion for something, this is my passion, this industry. I absolutely love it. Right, is if you've got a passion, follow it. Because if you get a job doing it, like Zach has now, you're getting paid to do it for fun.
Yeah, you're getting paid to do the thing that you love to do. I mean,
yeah.
Like,
You can either go and work in a job that you hate, and then you come home and you hate it, or just, and when I'm teaching the kids up there, actually, they're like, "What can a 3D print?" I said, "Well," and I'll set certain projects for all of them, but then I'll say, "Right, what do you like doing?" I said, "Oh, I play tennis." Right, well, design something for tennis, and then the first thing is like, "Well, what can I do for that?" I said, "I'll tell you what." I said, "You design something that can hold 6 tennis balls, so when you're walking into your game, you've got your tennis racket, blah blah blah, and then you can actually have in one hand 6 tennis balls." Yeah, and then right, what does the next person like? Cars. Right, do something for the car. So you find what their interest is and get them to use our technology to do something that they want to do.
It is incredible when you finally see someone who has struggled with dealing with that passion and not really finding the right sources to present it, finally find those right sources. And like it's something else. Like as Zach said, for him it was Mr. Cunningham. He had a close call with we'll go with a self unalival, and afterwards he said that Mr. Cunningham said to come spend your days in the workshop rather than in lessons. It seriously spurred off of that. I mean, that's such a big deal. And there are certain teachers, there are certain adults in your young life that I hope will do that. And if not, then let it be people like myself and Andy and even Zach. He's in the chat. He said it. He said, yeah, this F1 thing pays better than the crap jobs too. He damn right it did. Better pay better than the crap jobs too, damn it. But I will also caution you, don't make the mistake that I made. I found my dream job and I was perfect for it. I was a makerspace director. But if you knew that you shouldn't do something, don't do it. I don't care if it costs you your job, because it'll cost you your entire body, and that's not worth it. I couldn't walk for 3.5 years because of the damage that happened to me, because I listened to someone who I shouldn't have listened to. I listened to my manager. When I knew better, but I still listened to them. And I had to go through a bunch of spine work. And that's like why we grew out my hair. I said I would never cut my hair until I could walk again. And the original goal was actually for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, because one of our staff members is a Make-A-Wish recipient. But when Sanjay passed, we were the last people to ever interview him. And his mother reached out to us and asked for the raw recording. She said that nobody had ever captured her son that way before, just talking to him like he was a regular person. And that still to this day sits with me, and it's why we continue to do what we do, because we believe that these conversations are important. Because one, we get to solidify these forever. They're not going anywhere, right? But two, we're a little different than everybody else. And that's why, like, having you on here, right, we can talk about your amazing experience working over 30 years in this industry. But what you want to talk about is helping other people, because that's what motivates you to get out of bed every day and do something awesome, is helping others.
Yeah, and actually, but it's again, like, and Smurf's brilliant because it ties both of my passions together. Right? It's education, but it's also educating the people that have the same issues. And that's the other thing you find is you can communicate better. Well, when you go through the issues yourself, you can actually understand it. So you get what the other person. The hardest bit I find is actually taking your own advice.
Amen to that, dude. Like, that is, to this day, still the hardest thing is like, you shouldn't do that. Yeah, but I want to. But you shouldn't do it. But I want to.
When I'm teaching when I go into schools, instantly I go in now and I'll say to the teacher, I said, "You've got 5 neurodiverse kids in here." And they went, "What?" I said, "That one, that one, that one, and that." And they go, "How do you know that?" I said, "You can just tell." And
we just know it, man.
Yeah, and honestly, there was one young lad in a school one day. You're showing him the basics of what to do, and the next minute he's finished. And I said, "We finished?" Yeah. I said, "Do you mind?" So he was actually, then he became a teacher. So a guy that normally he would probably avoid people because he likes his own space. He found something there that he was good at. And I'm saying, "Would you mind teaching the people next to us?" Then he's teaching 2 people and he's 11. And it just, that gives them the sort of, I don't know. yeah, then you feel you're worth something, don't you? And that's a buzz.
I mean, it is where I realized, wait a minute, I really like sharing my passion with the world. I've been in this industry for what, 18 years now, right? Yeah, 18 years. And I've worked a lot with the industrial machines. I own industrial machines still. We don't show much on the channel because the industry on YouTube doesn't care too much about it. But it's I have a passion for it. This channel loses money pretty much every single month, but it doesn't matter. I love doing it, and if that's something that has that much impact on me, I'll find a way to afford it. Right.
That's the other thing that we discussed earlier on, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, like we need to get this divide that's between the sort of prosumer and the Smurf side of things, where you've got, and then AMUG.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a massive gap.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that the people says, why do you go to Smurf? And I'm like, because there's stuff on those machines that should be on the big machine, but they're not. Because
and it's basically in your backyard.
Yep, no, I travel all over to different things. You know,
Yeah.
I was going to AMUG for 18 years, and it was just sharing knowledge. But again, the industry right now, we know it's in a. I think that's another thing. I think maybe the prosumers, because Bamboo Labs and they're all doing so well, they may not appreciate that the big end of it isn't. You know, like you said, it shocked me this time when I went to TCT, and sadly, it's not happening next year.
Yeah.
Then you've got the farm next. They're all, but again, it's something I've been preaching. Is like we need to go to different exhibitions. The best one I go to is called MAC, and it's like an old traditional engineering exhibition. It's got everything there. You know, I was supposed to go to a knowledge bar to talk to people about 3D printing. It took me an hour, because I'm talking to a guy that's got a CNC machine, right? But then I'm talking to him, and he asked me what I did. And he said, oh, we use 3D printers to make the boxes that go on the back of the CNC machines. But then you get the salespeople in the 3D printing industry telling people, don't buy a CNC machine.
That's dumb.
Because, and it's not, they are complementary technology.
They are.
They're
Incredibly
tools.
complementary.
Yeah, and you use them that way. Yeah, you get people saying, don't have injection molding, 3D print everything. Right now it's not, that's, for certain things it is possible, but again, they're not the real materials. But the way that I look at that is, they're not the real materials right now, but in 20 years, the materials that we're using now might be the ABS and the nylons of the world. But yeah, just the best piece of advice I can give to people, and that's the other thing. I struggle sometimes on my group that I have, because it's set up for people to help each other, and I struggle when you see people having a go at people, or someone asks a question which people, it's more experienced people will actually have a go at them.
Yep.
Right, and I'm like, why?
The amount of gatekeeping in the high-end industry is kind of upsetting to me. It's like, yeah, okay, I have 2 business degrees, right? I don't have degrees in engineering, but that doesn't mean I can't run the bigger machines, right? I've seen so many people say, oh, well, you only have a Prusa or a Bamboo. You're not ready for this machine. F you. Absolutely. Yep. Like, is money green? Do you like money? Then take the money.
Yeah, my attitude to it is, it's a bit like, I used to play golf, right?
Uh-huh.
And you put your name up on the board, and then people put the name up next to us. And then you'd have a couple of friends that were a bit older than me at the time, and they put their names up. And if a lady put the name up, or a young lad put the name up, they would actually move to a different group. And I'm like, look, you had to learn somewhere. Everybody has to learn everything somewhere.
Yep.
And unless we have the people like us that are going to teach it and pass it on, then what's going to happen to it? Yeah, and that's the biggest problem, I think. Yeah, you've got to understand, everybody's got to learn. The people that are using the sort of prosumer machines at home, they're going to be the people that could and probably will be running the industrial ones in whatever years to come.
Absolutely, they will be.
Yeah.
I firmly believe that they will be, and those are the people that will also determine buying decisions from the businesses, right? They're going to say, well, I've been using this machine at home for years from this brand. Oh, they have this high-end machine. I'm already used to this ecosystem. Let's go ahead and buy it, right?
Yeah.
Like Formlabs just released the Fuse X1.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's a little pricey for what it's offering. I think Raise 3D has a better value positioned option. But if you are already ingrained in the Formlabs ecosystem, you're not changing. It's a really good ecosystem to be in. It's expensive, but it's a good ecosystem to be in. And they've continued that ecosystem with this bigger machine. And it lets people grow.
Yeah, but I'm a person, like I said, I actually want to try everything.
Me too. Dude.
Yeah, you know, when somebody said, again, just like, I bought my Bamboo X1C, right? Because it does, when I first saw it, everybody's going on about colors. In my head, I'm like, oh, man, I can build a part out of 18 different materials. And I'm like, I said, I bought it and I thought the first thing I'm going to print is a carbon filled nylon window wiper with a TPU blade, soft TPU. You get the machine, and then you find out actually you can't put the soft TPU through the AMS.
Doesn't like it.
It does. I drilled holes in. I just put, as soon as it wouldn't work, I'm like, right, I'm doing that, and I modified it. Right, and the stupid thing is, I actually approached Bamboo Labs about it for the next couple of years. I said, you know what, you could do that in your software. I've had to do it using hardware because I can't get into your software. Said, but what I'm doing, you could do in your software like that. Yeah, but it still hasn't happened.
Yeah.
In the end, it's just slowed the bloody machine down when it's loading TPU in. Or have a separate, which was what I did. I put a separate path.
Yeah, that's what I did too.
Yeah, then you can stick anything through it.
Yep.
And a speed controller and a motor.
I did this.
I love it when somebody says, and this is an interesting one. When somebody tells you can't do something, that to me is like, right?
You sure? Because now I'm motivated to prove you wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. There's one I did, and it took me 2 years to work it all out, but it still goes on in the back. It's constantly going out. And then I actually turned up with it, and it was for an F1 team. It was basically I developed a way of metal plating onto plastic.
Like chemical vapor deposition style or something different?
Yeah, look, so that's actually off
Wow.
So that's a ceramic filled F1 part. And then we made it so that we worked with the team. It was interesting when we came up with the idea. I approached one of the teams and said, if there was a company that did this in the UK, would you use it? And he said, yeah. And then he phoned me up a couple of weeks later and said, how serious? I said, I've already done it. You don't know. And then for like 6 months, we just worked with that team, and they helped develop how we made the metal get the adhesion to the metal correct. Right. So, and then they work with this F1 team, they work with one of the aerospace companies. But in the end, the wing goes one way on an airplane, the other way on a car. And he said to me, he said, can you look into this? We want you to completely metal plate a component and then take the part out in the middle without distorting it. That's the one that took 2 years.
You'd have to make a very thick metal coating on that to then pull the plastic
you can
part
do
out.
100 microns.
My God.
And all it was, we tried all sorts of different things. And then I was in Italy with one of my customers, and there was a black component on the floor which had like several sprues on it. It was a pipe of sprues. And I said, what's that made out of? And he said it was a graphite filled material from EOS. And I said, does it dissolve in any? He said, yes. Cellulose thinners. And I said, can I have one of those? Took it back, metal plated it, drilled a tiny hole in the end.
Dissolved it.
And when I went to the customer, I dropped some stuff off with him, and I said, oh, by the way, I've got something. And I slid this thing across the table. And at the time, my son was doing his like work experience with me. And he just looked at this, he said, the guy just looked at my son and said, "Excuse my language." It's like, "How did you do that?" I said, "You don't need to know how I did it. You just need to know that it can be done now." And it's things like that. But if, put it this way, nothing would evolve if there weren't people that were trying to solve those problems. Yeah, you wouldn't have a 3D printer, you wouldn't have modern cars. We'd just be stuck in a rock with some round rocks on. You know, so you've got to have the people that actually are the innovators and the entrepreneurs, and we need to support them. And I think a lot of the neurodiverse kids, the ones I'm talking to now, they're a lot cleverer than I am. I know that for a fact. Yeah, so that's why Sanjay Mortimer, the foundation, is really helping these kids.
I mean, you're going literally the extra mile to do it.
Yeah, literally, it is about a mile. I jumped from, I think.
It's at least. I mean, I hope it's at least a mile.
What is it, 1,400 feet?
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
1,400 feet.
The good thing is it's right above my house.
Well, hey, you're going home one way or another, right?
I'll send you a picture. I'll send you a picture later on of the first one I did, and it's actually, it's me as the chute. So as I drop down, and then the picture, my house is underneath where I am, which is really cool. And if you have never ever done a skydive,
I never have.
I'd just go and do anybody that's listening, go and do one. I tried to get Zach to come up, no chance. Although I tell you what I did with Zach, so he knew I did this. The teaching at the school on Mondays. And when he was coming up to Smurf, I said, "Hey, you're on your way up?" He said, "Yeah, but I haven't got a hotel." I said, "Come and stay with me." So he came up and stayed for the weekend. And I said, "But there's one condition." I said, "You've got to come and talk to these kids." Right? But then he was talking like, "I designed my first machine when I was 10. I'm teaching these 11-year-olds. They don't even know how to use a mouse." And Zach's like, "What?" But he's such a honesty. Yeah, if you come over to Smurf and you go to Manchester, look him up because he's such a nice guy. You can't miss him because he's huge, 6 foot odd, isn't he? And he's such a helpful guy.
I couldn't be more grateful to know him. I mean, I don't even remember how we got connected in the first place, because we were connected before his SMF award. I don't even remember how we got connected, but we got connected.
All I know is the first time I met him, he went, "You've got to come and meet this guy." And I'm like, "What?" He said, "You've got to come and meet Grant. I've been talking to Grant about you."
He was.
Yeah, so, and again, and every year you go to, and I'm trying to get more and more industrial people to turn up now. Because, I sit on different committees in the UK for steering committees for like the AMUG one. And then one of the big problems is finding staff for their factories, right? Now, if you go to Smurf, then they're going to find people there that will not be able to help them. So that's why I want to try and get them there. We need to merge the industry together.
Okay, Zach actually remember. He said, I put an ad in one of my YouTube videos that said we needed help, that we needed people to help us. We like needed to hire more people. So that's how we met Zach. Zach was a fan. It's just like his whole story is like the most inspiring thing that you could like. It is like Hallmark level movie inspiring, right? Like I'm expecting him to make a movie about his life later on, like just.
So when he came up to my app, so we're going to Smurf on a Saturday and Sunday, right? And he comes up and he says to me, "Have you got F1 on your telly?" I said, "I think so." I said, "I haven't watched it for years because and I said, found it, and he goes, "Do you mind if I get up in the morning to watch the qualifying?" So he got up at 4 o'clock. He watched the qualifying, went back to bed, and then I had to wake him up so he could go out. And the day after, he did the same and watched the race before we went to Smurf on. And now to actually, I was lucky. Because we've become good friends, and he told me a few months before what was going on, but we weren't allowed to say anything. So when he, I went down to scan the car at the university he was at, and then he actually got it that day. He wrote to me and said, I got home and there was a letter, and I'm like, "That's amazing, mate." Absolutely amazing. So I'm going to ask him. I want to tour around the factory once he gets his feet under. But now he doesn't have to watch the race on the telly, does he?
Because he's at the friggin' race.
Hey.
Like, just that is literally the example of surround yourself with the right people and you can do anything. The people that
Yep.
will, you know, just motivate you and push you to be better every single day.
I met when I was at AMUG when I was vice president. Yeah, what's his name? Adam. Do you know Adam Penner?
Of course.
Right. So Adam come up to me and he said, Andy, I'd like to introduce you to somebody. And her name was Olivia. I can't remember her surname. And she was like 21. She's got an earrings in with a face on, absolutely buzzing, right? And I said, "How are you doing? Nice to meet you." I said, "Are you at the show?" She said, "No." She said, "They came second in they have like a scholarship." And she came second. So just because she came second, she didn't give up. She jumped on a train and she basically gate crashed the first evening of AIM because it's in the bar.
Good.
Right. And then we started talking and all that sort of stuff. And I was just stood there and she just reminded me of me with her enthusiasm and stuff like that. And I said, "Are you staying all week?" And she went, "No." She said, "No, I'm just here for the day." I just said, "Would you like to stay all week?" And she said, "What?" I said, "If you want to stay all week," I said, meet me at reception tomorrow. We'll sort you. I'll buy you the ticket." So me and Adam, we bought her the ticket, and we didn't do it to actually impress anybody because nobody knew we did it. All I knew is somebody paid for this ticket, and I didn't see her all week. Right? She's running around, and at the end of the week, she came up and said, "Can I ask you why you did that?" I said, "Yeah." She says, "Because lots of people helped me when I was younger." Right? I said, "I'm in a position where I can actually help you." Yeah. And she said, "Well, I've got Scott Trump's phone number." Yeah. It's just like, she was like, ah. And then I said, she said, "Well, why did you do it?" I said, "Well, hopefully," I said, "and when I'm sat at home with my grandkids and I turn the telly on," I said, "and you're on telly," and I'll go, "I know her." I said, "And also," I said, "just remember that when you get to the point where you're able to do it, you remember what we did and you do it for somebody else. Pass it on."
Amen to that.
Yeah.
That's the same way, man. The same way.
Yeah. Cool.
I love it. It's Zach said that the car ran today. We won and are headed to Worlds. He'll send over some lovely photos of it in use. The metrology scan saved our ass many times.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually. I saw. Well, I saw the post yesterday, Zach, about it passed its testing, so that'll be interesting. The only thing that he won't be able to do is drive a car because he's too tall. He won't be able to drive an F1 car because he's too tall.
Well, maybe not on the track, but they got to load the car onto a trailer somehow. Okay.
I sat in one once, mate. When I sat in a Jordan Grand Prix when I was and someone had to pull me out. I could get in it.
I'm probably too fat to fit in one, but damn it, I'll try.
Yeah. I was, yeah.
I'll try.
It makes you. I tell you what, it does. It makes you appreciate how good they are at driving.
Yeah.
Because your bum is lower than your feet.
Yep.
Yeah, yep. And then if you're going up Rouge in Belgium and it's like a 45-degree hill, how the heck do you know where the corner is? And then it blows your mind. But it is to see, and that's where Smurf is. If you think he's the first sort of rising star to get announced 3 years later through help, connections, also his intelligence, but he's actually, like I said, he's living a dream, and that's what the money from doing the skydive can help do. It can actually help more and more neurodiverse people do this. And to be honest, if you look at Sanjay, he's had his own business, and that's the entrepreneurship is part of it as well. So it means that you're helping people, and then they'll actually give people jobs as well. So it's a knock-on effect, and yeah, we need to do it not just with SMF. It needs to be like all school kids. I'm really enjoying teaching this 7-year-old down the road. Kept trying to get my printer back off them.
Literally, so Tula sent over the impact report a little early. She's like, there are some treats in there that you'll enjoy. And my reply to her was, this is tremendous. Thank you for sharing it. I want to be involved more. right? Yes, we raise money every year. You know, I pay my way to get to Manchester every single year and all that. But I want to do more. I want to mentor. I want to sit on the board. I want to expand the SMF into the US, right? There's all these things that I'd like to do because, you know, it goes beyond just one small area. And you know, Sanjay has impacted so many lives in this community, whether they understand it or not. And it's a charity that, as long as it continues to stay above board, which it so far it is, we're good there, I will continue to support for as long as I can. And, you know, if any of you are listening still and have the ability to donate, please do. Again, I will be putting the link in the chat. It is in the description of the show. Please donate to Andy's jump. I think you guys have no idea how valuable every single penny is. I mean, we raised, I think it was like over 5,000 pounds eating hot sauce for 8.5 hours. Like,
Yeah.
The only thing that I regret about the hot sauce was that we did it both days. I never had a chance to really like walk around the show. So I really didn't get to see the show very much. That's the only thing that I really regret from that, is that...
Yeah, that's one of the things. So, you know, because I was involved with AMUG for 18 years.
Yeah.
The last year is the first time they do a thing called it's foundry in a box. And you actually melt metal in a microwave.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
To me, the way that, you know, microwaves came out when I was a kid, and if you were told, do not put metal in a microwave. Right, so it was like 18 years before I went upstairs and did a casting out of the microwave, poured it in, boom, and I've got this, and it's like, oh man, that's cool. And the problem is when you are on a board, it's you don't, you know, I used to do the presenting and all that sort of stuff and run the tracks, but then as you get into the board, then you actually lose touch. Not you don't lose touch, but you got all the other stuff to deal with when you're there.
Yep.
Yeah, but again, everything's got to diversify because,
so Dreams Void, he's local. He lives near Jacob, actually. He said, I want to help more, but I have no idea how. How can somebody help more? What can they do? I don't know the answer.
But nowadays it's a lot easier. You think when I was doing it, it was like I was phoning up a school and saying, do you want one of these? To be honest, we need to, again, it's government, isn't it? We don't need, in the UK, we don't even have a representative for manufacturing in the UK. And you just like, and then if they do put someone in, it's somebody that actually probably has never done manufacturing. Yeah, and that's what we need, is we need more real people involved. That's what it comes down to. Just real, and that's one of the other positives. There's a negative and positive to the neurodiversity. You know, I say what I think, which when you're on a board sometimes doesn't go down well, and it's not meant in it's all meant in a positive way. And if I see somebody doing something wrong, I'll say something. You know, if there's rules and we've got rules and then somebody's breaking them, then I'll actually say something to them, because I don't know, we wrote the rules, so what are you doing that for? So I learned, that was an interesting experience, doing that and learning that. But it won't stop me. It's just part of what you do. It hopefully changed it for the better. There's a younger board there now, which is really, really good. But it's whether AM events specifically for AM are actually as relevant as they used to be. Smurf is, to me, Smurf is the odd one out.
I agree.
It really is the odd one out. 1,300 people. Yeah. And
that's a huge event.
And you go there, and then the people, you know, I've still got a printer I've got to build. I want one of those little ones that goes inside a box.
Oh, you want a positron? Oh, that's right, because you and Zach were on a team, and I'm like, no one else knows what they're up against. This man's gonna win.
Yeah, but did you know what he said? He said to me, he said, we've got 3 people in my team. Would you mind being the 4th? And I said, why? He said, well, you've been doing it a long time, so you'll get the older questions. And I'm like, great. I only because we had a bit of a discussion, because one of the questions was, what was the first slicer called? And he said it, and I said, no, the first slicer was called Bridgeworks, mate, but it wasn't relative to FDM.
Ooh, you hit him with but actually, I was there.
No, but I could have supposed I could have written that answer down, and when they actually questioned it, I'd say yeah, it was, but it wasn't for an FDM printer. It was the very first one that came out. So, but no, it was really it's really good meeting everybody there. You know, like I said, I met one of the young lads that wanted me to, or his mum asked me to be his mentor. Brilliant. He actually said something funny as well. He said, "How does somebody as old as you know about 3D printing?"
Boy.
Well, that's brilliant because yeah, but it was funny because he just looked at me and you know where he knew what he's saying and he's winding me up. Thought he was trying to, and I'm like, because I've been here, I'm like doing it for a long time. That's it.
I've been working in the industry almost as long as it's existed.
Yeah, again, it's luck, and that's another thing, right? I took a chance.
Yeah,
I saw something and I took a chance. Could have failed, could have not. Same as when I set my business up. It was like I'm going to set a business up. It's interesting. I spoke to a lady from New York at AMUG, and she got crowdfunding $2 million.
Wow.
21, right? $2 million. She said, "How did you set your company up?" I said, "I got my credit cards and loaded them up." Yeah, that's it. I went all the money on a credit card. Let's do it. If it fails, I'll go and get a job. That's the difference now. I think I wouldn't mind trying it again now because but probably, well, then the younger people, you know, but you got to remember that's the other thing as well. I think a lot of older people, they think that they know it all, and then the younger people aren't even worth listening to. That's bullshit as well.
I always tell our team, assume I have no idea what I'm doing. Talk to me as if I don't. Let me prove to you that I do. Yeah. And if for some reason I don't, we've already assumed this from the beginning, so we're safe, right? We're safe. But if I do understand, great, we can move at a much faster pace to get moving up to speed. And like, that has been some of the most valuable like advice that I've gotten in business has been more of like advice in life, right? You know, treat others how you want to be treated, you know, don't be a dick, take chances. And if someone asks you for time, give it to them. If you have time to spare, I don't care if it's 5 minutes, give it to them, because that time for them could be life-changing. And like to this day, I will give as much time as I can to other people because I think it's so valuable, because I want to be the John Winchester to somebody else. I want to pay it forward the way that it was paid to me when I was younger.
Yeah, well, that's a good way to live your life, mate.
And Andy, I don't think we could have someone on who is a better example of that than you.
Thank you very much. And again, that's, you know, I find that all humbling. I don't do this I find too many people in the industry that want to make a name for themselves. And I actually say to them, I said, look, just if you do it right, I said, you don't have to make a name for yourself because it just happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's happening for a real reason then. Like, it's not happening because you want to force it and,
people don't understand how significant you are to this industry. And I think a lot of that is because you're so damn humble. It's almost frustrating how humble you are.
You're the first. I read your thing, and that was another thing, right? You've done the image of me skydiving. Like with AI now, you could have got rid of my second chin, couldn't you?
I didn't do that. One of our editors did it.
All right.
All you had to do was ask. We would have done that.
Mate, I don't. It's like I said. That's just. I just found it funny. I thought hey, that's really cool.
That wasn't AI. That was just done in Photoshop.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but no. Yeah, just if you think you go through life and you're helping people, and then we go to places and you meet people, and everybody's getting on happy, and make a difference. Like you said, that I nearly fell over the guy that I'm mentoring now because he's in a wheelchair. I stepped back and I went, whoa. Yep. And now, he's and that's the other thing. You're the only person that's ever put me down as an expert. Because but I don't like. I actually asked the question of this. Somebody asked, and I said, if somebody else calls you, it's fine, but don't call yourself an expert.
Bingo.
But my attitude to it is, I'm not an expert because I'm still learning.
Experts understand that continuing education is the most important thing about being an expert.
Yep, and an expert doesn't need to tell someone they're an expert. That's the other thing. I know which people are in my industry. The only time that I've actually had one of those moments where you think, shit, I'm getting good at this, was at a TCT show. And I was walking around and somebody said, oh, there's two guys been asking for you. They want to have a chat with you. And I'm like, ah, okay. And one was a guy called Phil Dickens. I don't know if you know him.
No.
So Phil Dickens, he ran Nottingham University, all the guys down there, MTC, stuff like that. The other one was Graham Trollmans, who was my best man, sadly no longer with us. Known him for 33 years. He said he was the first person to have an SLA machine, and it was in Rover, so it's Range Rover Jaguar now. And as I'm walking off, this guy said, "Oh, it was Phil Dickens," and it was, and they were two. So I was their application as engineers, and I just thought nothing of it. And I got back to my hotel and I sat down and I just thought, "Holy shit! Those people that I look up to are looking for me because they've got a question." And that was the one time I just thought, "Shit, I must be getting good at this." And then it was a case of, and then it was a case of like, all right, like let's get on with it. But you still, again, you remember that it just one thing. Yeah, and I said Graham was my best man 3 years ago, but I said unfortunately he passed away. So there you go, and that was a bad thing. That was another bad thing for the industry because he was like me. You go and talk, and it was just helping people.
Yeah, it's all it's about, man. That's all this has ever been about, is helping people. And
but there's one other thing. Have you ever met a guy called Jonathan Rowley?
Yeah.
Right. Have you seen what he's doing with the additive? What's it called now? Additive companion.
No.
Right. For anybody that's out there, one of the biggest issues we've had for years is nobody's ever done articles on the applications that have been done in the past. Right. I've been trying to get TCT. So we need to tell people what's been done, because we see young people looking at problems that they're coming across, and they're actually doing something that we've done before, but they didn't know. Right. So we were trying to get something up, set something up where we've put all these cases into a place where people can go say, right, I'm designing this. Right. How was it done before? And you can go on there, and it's people like, I've done a couple of the projects, and they say, this is what we did. This is the technology we used.
I'm looking at it. That's tremendous.
Right. So, but you can actually register on it. So it's for students, anybody. And the idea is that it's like a database of all the applications. So you can go and look. And so you can use the applications that I developed as a springboard to go to the next level, instead of actually doing what we've already done. Right. I tried to do it on LinkedIn. I've got a group on there, which is somewhat similar. And Jonathan was doing that concurrently, and we got talking. And that one is even better because it's online. Yeah. And so, and anybody can put the case. You have to send it in.
Yeah.
And they actually look at it. And then, so it's a brilliant place for students to go and look. If you want to do a bicycle seat, who's done bicycle seats? And it'll actually go carbon, blah, blah. And if you haven't got a printer, it'll say, I live here. Who can print me one of these?
That's so smart. That is so smart. Seriously.
So that's something else that's useful to people. And I want to hear more about the applications that the sort of home users are doing, because there's stuff going on behind the scenes there that we need to know about. And going to Smurf is what actually gets that out, isn't it?
It's what I love about it, man. It's what I love about it. And I hope that we can continue to inspire people, no matter what their ages are, to question everything that they see, challenge the rhetoric that is out there for, oh, this can't be done yet, and be the people that show that yet can be a lot sooner than you think. Yep.
Get the right people involved, anything's possible.
It is amazing. Again, Andy, I can't thank you enough for coming on. This has been amazing. You've spent so much of your time.
We've been trying to do it, but the problem is, if we did it at Smurf, then half your day's gone.
Why do you think we did it now? We both know that we can talk.
Yeah, that's another thing. As Tula keeps letting me know that one, actually. You can talk. I went, I know.
Oh, I will make the offer for anyone, since my email is public. Please, if you are the type of person that is struggling in technology or needs a mentor, needs somebody to help them get from where they are to where they want to be, you can email us, youtube@3dmusketeers.com. It goes directly to my inbox, and I will reply to you. And if I don't, DM me somewhere, because I've likely missed the email somehow. You know, our goal is to inspire the future of this world, because even though I'm 36, right? But I know that the future generation, they're half my age, right? They're 18. They're just graduating high school, man. And there might be the Zachs of the world, who was 14 at the time that he reached out to us. And he was saying that the first interview that he had, his mother was there too, because he was 14. And I get that. I totally get that. But we gave him a chance. And we'll give anybody a chance, man. Part of this is just being able to see yourself in others. And I saw a lot of myself in Zach.
I think I saw there was the sort of 3 rising stars from the past 3 years, and then there's the new one.
Yep.
And it was really interesting to listen to the people talking. And one of the I was amazed the advice this young lady gave was like, just be yourself.
Yeah.
Always be yourself.
Yep.
Right. She said the teacher's like, I want to do it this way, and she's like, well, actually, you can do it this way, but no, you've got to do it this way. And she's like, why have I got to do it this way? Yeah. And she's actually, but to hear it coming from someone a lot younger is really good, because when I was that age, we wouldn't, because there was nobody around to actually say, actually, it's okay if you do. So to see that was absolutely amazing to listen to them talking. So that's probably on video somewhere.
Oh yeah, it is. All the talks are available, and I'm hoping to be able to interview more of the rising stars. I think it's important for them to be able to tell their story on a larger stage, where they can ask the right questions, where they can, talk about what has gone on so far. I don't know. Fundraising's in my blood. My name is Grant, after all. It's literally in my damn name. But I
think, but that's another thing I find interesting about this industry. Go on. What's my initials?
AA.
Yeah, there's a middle one, M.
Oh.
So Additive Manufacturing Association.
Actually, ask me anything.
I did a talk for a guy over here, and he invited me down, and he changed the name of the actual event to the Additive Manufacturing Association. So the first thing I got up when I stood on stage was, thanks for renaming the event after me. But then, do you know Rachel Parr?
Yeah.
RP, Rapid Prototyping.
Mm-hmm.
Grant. So, yeah, it's strange. But there you go.
This industry is full of awesome people, and the awesome people that are watching this as well. Thank you all for hanging out with us so long. Andy, I'm going to give you the rest of your day. It's almost 9 o'clock where you are.
Yeah,
so.
Mate, it doesn't matter. Like you said, if you've got time, then it's time. I normally work until 3 o'clock in the morning anyway. And to anybody that's listening, if you come into Smurf, come and say hello. Look out for those giraffe shoes, because I'll probably have them on.
Come say hi to us as well. And if there's someone that you need to get in contact with, reach us.
Yep. Okay. Thanks for listening.
Absolutely.
And thanks for having me on, mate.
Hey, anytime.
And
again,
don't forget, there you go.
Donate to Andy's jump out of a freaking airplane. It is linked in that.
The goal is to beat the amount of money that we got from the industrial side.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you what that was, but there you go. Let's get everybody together. Let's make as much money. It's all going to the charity, so good thing.
And Zach's Man wants to know where you get the shirt. You can get that from the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation. I think they sell them online.
Yeah, they had one. They had an extra large for me.
I would say get a size larger than you expect, because they do shrink a little bit in the wash, and mine's a little tight right now. But no,
that's okay. I've got to lose a few pounds before I jump out of the plane. There's a limit.
We should probably just lose a few pounds just in general, okay?
Well, I said, Zach, I thought you were going to come with me, but I suppose it's next weekend, isn't it? You're probably at a Grand Prix, so it's either jump out of a plane with me or go to a Grand Prix. But just like,
as much as I would love to raise money for charity, if Zach said, "Hey, you want to go to this Grand Prix, buddy? I'll be on the next flight. Let's go.
I've been to a few. I used to arrange to go to Grand Prix when I was moving machines around.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind when I get that machine? No, right? I'm going to Canada. Anyway, look, I won't keep you any longer, but thanks for that, mate. That was really good. And yeah,
No,
if
thank
you
you.
vote, if you make a donation, brilliant, and we'll let you know what's going to happen with it as well. That's the other thing.
I'm excited. I tossed 100 pounds in there.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good luck and jump safe.
Yeah, have a good evening, mate.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
That is Andy Allshorn, an industry expert. He'll never admit it, but I'll admit it for him. Someone who has had so much impact on this industry that many of you don't even know who he is. Those are the best kind of experts as far as I'm concerned. If you have enjoyed the stream and the podcast up until now, please leave a like, get subscribed. If you do want to look for the edited episodes, check out the Making Awesome channel over on YouTube. I think we're calling it Making Awesome Resliced, but it's still at Making Awesome. I don't know. We suck with that kind of thing. Zaxman said we need to get him back another time. He is a blast. He is. Andy is someone who is just unreasonably brilliant, and I can't say enough good things about him. I knew a lot about him before I met him in person, and it's like when you get to meet one of your heroes in person and they are exactly the person you were hoping for. That's happened only a few times in my life. One was him. The other time was with Adrian Boyer. Adrian Boyer was a hero, is a hero of mine, and getting to talk with him at the past Smurf was just, it's like a highlight of my career in this industry. So go follow Andy, go follow his jump, donate where you can, if you can. We put our money where our mouth is. 100 pounds came out of my personal account and went to making that happen. But that is all we have for you all today. Make sure again to hang out till after. We'll give away a couple of rolls of filament, but stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones. And as always, donate to the charities that you believe are doing the right things. And of course, keep making awesome. Have a good one. Okay, now I have to give away some filament. Gotta give away some filament. Oh man, that's a long show. That's a good show though. I should probably stop the Zoom recording. Oh yeah, you all won't even be able to hear that. All right, let's give away some filaments. And it's something that I don't know yet, but I don't actually know if we will be able to continue to give away filament in July. So I have to figure that out. My contact is leaving Printed Solid, and I'm not, I don't know if the new person will allow us to continue doing this or not. So I can't guarantee anything. But we got a little bit of filament to give away here, so let's make it happen. We're going to use Tech Jeepers Hype Wheel, located at hypewheel.app, even though I still believe it's rigged. No, we're giving him crap because we can. We're going to spin the wheel. Hope everybody's day is going well. We of course, missed the topic Jacob wanted to talk about, his house getting broken into, his car getting stolen, and just all the weird things that come along with that, but that's okay. Let me we'll just push it to next week. Let's see, the first winner, and again, you must be present to win. Let me get their and put it in the chat. There's the first one. Let's get the next one. Oh, God, a little heartburn today. Let's get the next one. I think they already won this month. Let me make sure. They did win this month. Okay. Let me see the next one. Let me see the next one. Okay. Ha 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 ha. The namer himself. is a winner. Let me see if he's still in here. The namer himself. If he's in here, he gets it. The namer himself, GP3 Designs. And one final one. Because I know, we didn't make it to the 4 hours total, but is what it is, man. Is what it is. And the final winner is... Ooh, I bet he's in here. And I know for a fact that he is not in the States. MLV, you hanging out, boss? You hanging out? I always get his name spelled wrong. MLV, are you here? I'm almost positive you are. You were like one of the last ones to enter. I see that on the thing. It's not letting me like properly tag people, which is so freaking weird. MALY. I'm just going to copy the name from the sheet. Anyways, we are going to go have you all go hang out with Mr. Steve Builds. If you did win Filament, please DM me over on Discord. We'll get you those rolls sent out. But again, please do support the efforts that are going on. I really believe in what Andy is doing and what others are doing for the SMF. I am. You guys can't imagine, like, I'm at a loss for words, and that should tell you just enough about how strongly I feel about this. And I hope that you all do too. I understand that if you're not in the States, or that if you are in the States, it's kind of odd with the UK-based charity. I am doing my best to bring the SMF here to the States as well, and I'm bugging Tula about it often. But go enjoy hanging out Mr. Steve Builds. Let me get that set up so you guys can go see what he's up to. I think he's working on his Vertigo Mark 1. And yes, Index soon TM. We'll see you guys later. Be safe. And if you are in the Discord, we'll be hanging out there as soon as I get all the stuff done for the stream. So